Maybe go make a cup of coffee before I come back out here for item number 8.
Is that when you're up next?
Yeah.
If you go, don't come back empty-handed.
Yeah.
Okay, are we ready? You need a few minutes, Anna? Or?
There's a plug underneath you. Does that one work? Maybe. Good luck.
Everybody good to go? Okay, I will call the regular meeting of the Planning Commission to order. I want to welcome all of you here today. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn,
Here.
Commissioner Locke,
Here.
and Chair LePage.
Here. As you see, there's a couple of planning commissioners who are not here today. Okay. First item on the agenda are the public appearances. Members of the public may address the Planning Commission on any matters of municipal concern which are not on our agenda tonight. I want to remind you that comments are governed by the Brown Act. So at this time, I'd like to invite any member of the public to come up and make any comments regarding municipal concern which are not on our agenda tonight. Anybody here in the chamber want to come up? Any hands up online?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll move on to the, I don't think we have any announcements. So we'll move to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered to be routine in nature and do not require discussion or independent action. But members of the commission or the public may request an item be pulled for questions or further discussion. Otherwise, the items will be handled in one motion. So tonight we have 2 items on the consent agenda. The monthly activity report from the Planning and Building Department, and we have our regular meetings minutes from April 8th. So does anybody have any questions? Commissioner Ahlborn, do you have a question?
Yes, sir. Could I please pull both items for
Want to
discussion?
pull the minutes?
Yes, please.
Okay. all right,
The
well,
activity report and the minutes?
do you want both of them?
Yes, please.
All right, so we're good. All right, in that case, we will discuss the activity report first.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. And this was a question, I think, for Director Jeanette. The activity report, it shows for April that we had 42 planning applications filed, and 11 of them were incomplete. So that's a percentage of about 26%. I'm wondering if there's any steps that we could be taking to reduce the incomplete submissions. I know there must be several reasons why an application is incomplete.
Sure. So to the chair, typical reasons are sometimes the applications aren't filled out in their entirety, or fees have not been paid. Oftentimes we'll get a request and plans are not attached, but the applicant will reach out and, let Shelby know or let the office know that plans are forthcoming, so they'll sit incomplete. There's always room for improvement in process, but to tackle those specific items, it's more of guiding the applicant and educating them early on. That's much more useful when it's a one-time off. Like, I have a house, this is the only house I'm going to work on, and this is the only project I'm going to do. But when we have repeat customers, I think really helping them focus on, these are our checklists. All of these need to be submitted in order for an application to be deemed complete, so we can process it.
Well, I know you have extensive checklists that are extremely helpful. And you do pre-application assistance and interviews and all of that. I know you encourage that. I was just curious because it just seems 25% seems kind of significant, both for your department and for the applicants.
Right.
So thank you for that. I also had another question, and I don't know if you have the answer to this month, but I think it might be helpful, given that we're in the middle of our HE6 cycle, if we had some indication of how many of the planning applications have a potential impact on our RENA or maybe even considering adding a RENA status update table to our monthly activity report. Do you have any comments on either of those points?
Yes, I think what we could do is we could take, and I can work with Shelby because she will be the expert, perhaps working on this table and just adding a column where we could check a box whether this could apply to a RENA number or not.
Oh, I think that'd be really helpful, so thank you. Those are all my comments for the monthly activity report.
Okay, and did you have any questions about the minutes?
There was one very small section in the minutes where Commissioner Locke moved and seconded her own motion. DS 25019.
Efficient.
Otherwise, excellent minutes as always, Ms. Gorman. So that's it, Chair.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to make a motion that we accept items 1 and 2 as presented on the consent agenda
With the correction.
with the noted correction and
I'll
the
second.
suggestions. All right, roll call, please.
I'll second.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
And Chair LePage.
Yes, motion is passed. Okay, that brings us to the orders of business. We have 2 items on the order of business tonight. And first, we are going to receive an update on the work plan for the residential design guidelines. That's going to be presented by the project manager, Tom Ford. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners, public. My name is Tom Ford. Giving a brief update on our process of finishing these residential design guidelines. I know you all have a packed meeting. This will be under 5 minutes. Some background. Let me see if I can turn. Are you able to advance them? If you can, yeah, if you could, if you don't mind. Just a brief background, you know, our production team's goal is to present the completed document to council on September 1st. Our method is 4 one-month work cycles beginning last month. Next slide, please. We also went to council earlier this month and got some excellent feedback. They had extremely specific feedback. It was in the staff report. It's up on the screen. I won't go through each one of them, but that was very helpful. Also had our second production team meeting. It was last Wednesday, where we reviewed tasks that we worked on from April, went over what progress was made, the extent that progress was made, which we'll see on subsequent slides. And we reviewed our team's approach for editing the document itself to see if we're doing it in the most efficient way. So the first outcome of those discussions was what you see on the left side of your screen, essentially a hybrid working model as an update to our approach. So our approach already consisted of small groups of 1, 2, or 2 to 3 people working on very specified tasks. But we'll now also have a relatively small group of 4 to 6 people that will review the exact wording of the document and deciding which language to accept and which language to reject. That came out of a meeting that we had with 12 people. It's challenging to accept exact wording between 12 people. So we're trying this model. We think this hybrid model will be a good approach to trying this second cycle. Bit of information on the architectural outreach. We're getting some good feedback, some lengthy feedback. Anna Jeanette, our director, had come up with a model for a red line matrix. It was actually fairly similar to what Commissioner Ahlborn had done when she was comparing different versions of the document. So we're going to be speaking with a representative of the Coastal Commission and to get some feedback on that. So that'll have some more substantive update on that next month. Next slide, please. I want to draw your attention to the right side of the screen for the new information. This is regarding the fire resiliency. We had some great research that was done and distributed to our production team. Next up is to schedule a meeting with our wildfire preparedness committee of which Chair LePage is on as well. And then the last piece of that is that we are going to be collaborating with primarily Jermel Laurie and Justin Nono, experts in their respective fields with the building code and building materials, and with PRC 4291 defensible space requirements and landscaping items. Next slide, please. So many of the proposed edits during the first cycle, so last month, many of those proposed edits came from staff who did a wholesale, review of the document, and their attempt was to address specifically what the Planning Commission had requested. We made a checklist of exactly what was said by each planning commissioner. Jacob did a great job at that, and our attempt was to implement those recommendations into the document. And some of those recommendations were very straightforward, which we'll see on the next couple of screens. Here's one regarding flat roofs, and if you could go to the next slide. Rooftop decks, and if you could move to the next slide, please. And grills, hot tubs, and broadly termed entertainment facilities is what was proposed. So, we, of course, would welcome any feedback on that exact wording, but we had put this in the staff report in case you would want to refer to that, but we're happy to hear feedback on that as well. Other recommendations that Council and the Planning Commission directed us to implement, such as make language less subjective, those efforts did end up with a lot of differing opinions within our production team. That's where the specific wording of the document comes into play. So we're still working on a resolution of that. I had said, hence the adaptation of our editing model to now include a 4 to 6 person group editing model alongside our model where we identify specific tasks for specific people to work on. Next slide, please. This would have been a prettier explanation. It's the same information. Perhaps I should have gone over this one. We can go to the next slide. That's what we've got. Happy to hear any feedback if you have any or any questions.
Any questions for Tom? Okay, thank you, Tom.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, folks.
Okay, next item in the order of business is consider design for the replacement of scenic pathway signage.
Chair, I'm going to switch chairs really quick. So I just want to begin with a short introduction. I'm Anna Jeanette with Community Planning and Building, and Ms. Shirley Moon. She's actually here to do the presentation for the sign design concept for you to consider today. So Ms. Moon, if you'd like to come up and introduce yourself and let me know when you'd like me to start your video.
Good. Yep, thank you. So before I get into the exact sign design that we're proposing for your consideration here, I wanted to touch on a socioeconomic study that was done by Integral Consulting and EMC Planning. And they've determined in their studies through a survey and also analyzing cell phone data that the Carmel Beach and Scenic Pathway have a recreational value of $36.7 million. They measured 1,150,000 people visiting in a year, and 431,000 of those people were on the pathway. So it's a significant traffic pattern that they've identified. And they've also identified the economic impact back to the city. The the reason that I bring this up is because David Revelle, who was one of the engineers, said that maintaining the quality and unique feel is really important part of maintaining the economy here. And I think we all know that intuitively, but he really emphasized that. And so when you look at the existing signage on the pathway, you will see that it does not offer a quality product, nor does it add to the unique feel of scenic pathway. And we want to change that. Here's what our pathway signage looks like now. So without the proper signage, desired behavior is not supported, and it's not fair to expect the visitors to know our rules if they aren't posted properly or posted at all. So how did we develop the signs we're proposing? We went to the original plans of 1987-88, and those plans actually have specifications for informational signage. And they're 8x8 redwood posts, they're 40 inches tall, they're placed not on the pathway, but tucked close to the pathway. And we reviewed the local coastal plan, the shoreline management plan, and just other general guidance for good signage. We also hired a graphic designer who could help pull our ideas into a format that was acceptable. We're calling this phase 1 of our signage project because we realize that there are several levels here, but this is just our first effort. Go ahead. Whoops, back one. We started with this sign, which is right here. So you can see a more true color. And we did that 3 years ago. And it's interesting that they have held up so well. They do have a 10-year warranty. It's a very compressed laminate material. And we can do any kind of signage we want with this company. So we started with that and decided that that would be a good basis for a family of signs so that there isn't the chaos of signs that you just saw. Go ahead. And that also is a Photoshop of our little prototype here. And it's chunkier than it really is. You can see that it's not quite to scale. But we wanted to Photoshop it into the setting so that we could get an idea of what it would feel like in the scale of that setting. Okay? Go ahead. And this is our graphic designer, and he's talking about how we reduce the visual pollution, and it's just more harmonious with a family of signs than to have different colors. We've identified 12 locations that we feel would be appropriate. The original plans called for 11 posts, So we're very close to matching. And 10 of the 12 locations are already places where posts exist. So we only have 2 new places. Go ahead. There are a variety of signs in addition to this post, but they all have that same green background, the same font. Everything is coordinated. Go ahead. We have one standalone recycling cart directional sign because we created this step up so that people could reach the recycling cart and failed to put a sign up to let people know it was there. Go ahead. The scenic pathway is part of the Carmel Coastal Trail, so we intend to put that on the top of our posts. Okay. So in reviewing the signage, we feel like it's very consistent with the character of Carmel. We're using the reclaimed redwood posts to match the new landscape barriers. It's visible to the public without being intrusive. It's restrained and simple, high contrast for readability, consistent in color, design, and materials, reduces sign pollution and clutter by condensing signage on one post. It's easy to view while walking north or south on the pathway, provides information clearly and concisely. We've used icons whenever possible, and it's really secondary to the setting. Our idea was to inform people and have the signs inform on quietly, basically. I'm available for questions, comments.
You have some questions? Go ahead. I have a few questions, but go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Moon. This was brought before the Forest and Beach Commission, was it not?
On November 13th,
And their feedback was?
they voted unanimously to accept our signage.
Splendid.
At that point, we thought we were going to be able to go ahead and install,
But then you come and see us.
but you're the final stop.
Thank you.
So a couple questions, Shirley.
Yeah.
So is the same signage on each of the 4 sides, or
No, what
what
happened?
do we have there?
Yeah, if you're on the pathway and just walking past, you will have this side because it shows distance to the restrooms.
So this would be facing perpendicular to the
this
people on
will-
the path?
That's it.
The logic, this
And
is
then
the,
this is if they approach from south, and if they approach from the north, either way, they can read the same signs.
okay, and the material that the actual sign is made out of is that sample you showed us?
Yes, it's right here. We probably won't do this thickness.
Did you get any feedback about the durability of this? Because one of the things I noticed from your photograph is that those signs really looked awful, the ones that are there. And obviously, that's a really corrosive environment down there. So I
Yeah.
just wondered if you had any feedback about how well you thought this
Well, I
was
did
gonna.
talk to the manufacturer about that and said that we have this brutal climate. And they guaranteed it for 10 years at least for no fading and no chipping and so forth. And at some point, I was quite concerned about graffiti as well. And it comes off. I mean, we clean them every week. But the one that we installed 3 years ago looks very good. It's slightly faded, but not much.
Okay, and then the design was actually, the reference to the 8x8 post was from a study or that they did was in the 80s, you said?
87,
Yeah,
yeah, 87, 88, this is from the plan. Now, they had a little different design because they only had the access sign in there. And then over the years, people have slapped on other signage.
did some of those got put up?
All of them,
Oh, those are all up?
Yeah, I mean, this was the original
Right,
design.
right, okay. But there's other signs that were different locations there for your,
Exactly,
they
they're
got
all
put,
over
got
the
put all over
place,
place, yeah.
right? And the only other thing I couldn't show was, our goal is to recess the signs. So they'll have a little bit of they'll be routed out. So it'll have a little custom detail there where it'll sit back and have a little, maybe a 1/4 inch reveal. And then
Nice.
we'll hand sand those edges so it's soft.
Very nice. Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this time I'll open it up to members of the public, if they'd like to make any comments regarding the proposed signage. I think Gail's making her way up here.
So nice to be here.
Nice to see you, Gail.
Thank you. I want to commend your project because I'm a daily walker on that trail. And I just love the fact that we're going to have some organization there. The existing signage is just really sad. And I was noticing it the other day, how the differentiation from one to the other, there's absolutely no continuity. So I'm really pleased that this is going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen, come on up.
Hi, Karen Ferlito. I was on Forester Beach for a long time, and this has been such a delight to see someone take the initiative to get this done. The signs we have now are embarrassing, they're broken, they're just not up to our standards, and I think this will be a great improvement. It will also help when you have to bring ethics into some people who are not behaving, if you have something to just sort of remind them that they need to leash up their dog or pick up or do whatever it is that they're not doing, or if they're smoking and so on. So yes, I think this should go forward as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, anyone else in the public like to make any comments? Any hands up online? Shelby?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm going to close the public comments up to the commissioners. Commissioner Locke?
Sure, I'll go. I think it's a fantastic project, and I also was down there this weekend and noticed that the signage is woefully mismatched, broken, does not look good, it does not reflect our guidelines. I think this is well thought out. It's a clean, fresh, simple look, and it's really needed at this time. And I also appreciate the forest green color. I think that's obviously it fits in with our area, and the top piece, which identifies it as a coastal trail, is great. So I fully support this.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
I second everything Commissioner Locke said and want to express my debt of gratitude to you, Shirley Moon, for all of the time and the effort and the investment and the stick-to-itiveness you've given to this project. So thank you. I support it. I entrust that you will keep the signage to a minimum, yet keep it functional, and I'd like to uphold the Forest and Beach approval of your project.
Yes, it's, I've been involved in a few of these signage discussions over the years, and this is really a very well-thought-out presentation. I also like the consistency, the placement regularly along there. I think that helps with the educational quality of it. People, they recognize it, they start to interact with it in a certain way. And even if they don't look at the first one, if they see another one, there's a repetition that goes along. So I think there's, that's what we're really trying to do, is educate these visitors. As was pointed out, we have a lot of visitors that go to that beach, and it gets a lot of use. So it's really important that we have some way to just make the visitors aware of those things they need to be aware of when they're down there, so that they don't have really severe impacts to the beach. So I really commend the effort on this. I think the signs look great. Really impressed by those little details that you're going to put in there. So we don't have a resolution on this, right? We're just giving a recommendation to support, yeah. So I think we have a thumbs up, all of us. We're just going to give the old thumbs up
Yes,
here for this.
thumbs up.
Okay. All right, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Okay. I think that deals with the orders of business. So we're coming to the public hearings now. Before we start the public hearings, I wanted to give the director a moment. She has come up, that we have a new design on our resolutions, and I think it's a good improvement, but I just want to give the director a moment to explain it to the commissioners and to the public at large, and the applicants.
Thank you. So yes, the resolution template has been reformatted, and really the goal was to ensure that the record, once approved or a project is denied, that record lives on and all of the pertinent information is attached to that record. So the resolution now clearly states what the findings are, and includes supportive evidence, instead of referring back to a narrative in the staff report where the staff report, it does not live on like the resolution does. You would have to do a public records request, or you would have to search and find it. So puts it in one place. The conditions are attached, as well as the plans that are approved. There's also difficulty in the past where, a staff report or a resolution will refer to the attached plans, and then based on version control, you don't know which plans those are. So this puts it in a nice little package. The resolution is a lot longer than previous, but then the staff report is a bit shorter, where the public decision makers can really focus on the staff report of what is it, where is it at, what is required, and if there are any issues. You could just really focus on those things, and then the resolution will tee up your decision for you, hopefully.
Okay, any questions for the director? All right. Okay, brings us to the public hearings. Before we start the public hearings, I just want to kind of explain the rules of the road. Applicants are allowed 5 minutes to make their initial presentation. If for some reason the applicant feels like they need more time than that, just request it at the beginning of your presentation. The members of the public will have 3 minutes to make their comments, and if questions come up during the course of the comments, the applicant will be allowed to come back up and answer any of those questions. So, having said that, the first item on the public hearings is a coastal development permit. It's 16155. It's the Mission Trails Nature Preserve. It's consideration of a 5-year extension of the coastal development permit. We have the staff report, please.
Yes, at this time, I'd like to invite Ms. Mary Bilsey up to the podium. Although the staff report says it was prepared by me, she takes all the credit. She is the author of the report.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. We'll get the PowerPoint presentation up. It's just a brief presentation on the Mission Trails Nature Preserve Coastal Development Permit renewal. Next. For a background, the Mission Trail Nature Preserve was established as a parkland back in 1979 by the City Council. It's designated as an environmentally sensitive habitat area. And we have a master plan that was adopted for it in 1996, and it was incorporated into the city's local coastal program in 2004. There was a baseline biological assessment that was prepared in 2016 by Nikki Nedoff. And currently, we have a 5-year CDP that was approved by the Planning Commission in 2016, and we extended it for 5 years that in 2021. And so it is coming up for extension now again in 2026. And it's the CDP is the maintenance is regular maintenance, such as road clearance, hazardous tree removal, mowing, and trail maintenance, as well as implementation of the habitat restoration actions that are in the baseline biological assessment. significant progress has been made in this last 5 years. We've been working with the Friends of Mission Trail Nature Reserve. They do, as you likely know, the majority of the work that's done in the nature preserve. Some of the things that have happened over this past 5 years has been invasive tree removals, genista removals, bush, ivy, fire fuel removal. There's been trail maintenance, installation of stairways, signage, benches, and overlooks, and as well as trash can containers and benches that have been installed on the site. We continue to mow Martin's Meadows because of the special status Hickman's Onion that's at the meadows. And so usually by the time we work with the biologist to say, okay, now's the time to do it. And we try to do it before the 4th of July, typically because of issues with potential fire issues near the 4th of July. Okay, next. And there was a stream stability study that was prepared. We have completed projects 1 through 3 of that stream stability study, and we have the beginning fundings of projects 4, 5, and 6 that's been currently in the process of getting engineering designs, and we're moving forward with that. I just want to note that the numbers that are in this were the original numbers that were in that that study, and those are old numbers, and so the cost is actually much different from what's shown up in that slide. Next. So staff is recommending a 5-year extension of the CDP to continue to progress on the vegetation removal, as well as implement the stream stability study and annual maintenance activities for the mowing of the grasslands, as well as the fire fuel reduction areas. So I'm available to answer any questions, if you have any at this time.
Questions? I don't think so. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to invite any members of the public to come up and make any comments they'd like to make.
Well, I am delighted to see this. I am the president of Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve, and we have a great public-private partnership with the city. And we are delighted that Mary and the staff has taken this on to renew this CDP, because this is the only way we can continue to do the work we do. So I know I've been sort of bugging them for the last 2 years to make sure we got it done in time so that it didn't run out. But Mission Trail Nature Preserve, we're going to have a little celebration on June 20th, if you're around, at 11 o'clock near the Redwood Grove. We're going to celebrate 50-plus years of the preserve. We're going to have some cookies and a couple walks, and we would be delighted to see you there. We spent this weekend spreading chips in the Redwood Grove. There's a little preschool that meets there 4 or 5 days a week, and we just do lots of work. We've planted lots of native plants and worked with the city, and it's just a terrific program. So please support the extension of this very important coastal development permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, any other members of the public?
Commissioner, members of the commission. My name is Joe Narvaez. I was born and raised in Carmel, and my family still has a house at the east end of 11th Avenue at the Mission Trail Park, neighbors with Karen. Hi, Karen. And the park hasn't looked so good in a long time. It looks great. The work they've done has been fantastic. I would highly recommend approval of the extension of the coastal development permit. And genista and vink and other invasives are pretty thick there, and they've done a good job there, but I'm impressed by the 30-foot tall acacia trees and the eucalyptus trees that have been removed. Horribly invasive trees, and that's hard work, and I'm impressed by that. So I enjoy Mission Trail Park now more than ever. So I highly recommend approval, and thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to make any comments? Okay, I don't see anybody in the chamber. Any hands up online, Shelby?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll close the public comments, open it up to commissioners for their comments. Commissioner Ahlborn, do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I most certainly support the extension of the coastal development permit, but I would like to raise one of the conditions of approval for discussion. It's on, I have it on page 68 in the full packet. It's inside the resolution.
In the resolution?
It's in the resolution, Exhibit A, and it's.
Condition A?
Exhibit A.
Exhibit A.
Conditions of approval, special conditions, number 5. And it reads, for each year of the permit, the city shall maintain a list of specific activities carried out under this permit, and by June 30th of each year, provide a year-end summary of such activities to the Community Planning and Building Director for distribution to and presentation before the Planning Commission. And what I'd like to bring up for discussion is perhaps that particular condition should have the reporting done to the Forest and Beach Commission.
Is that in the resolution? Do you see it?
It's in the special conditions.
Because
Oh, it's at the top,
I believe the report out is already done to Forest and Beach
right here.
each year, and Ms. Bilsey may be able to speak to this a little bit. I'm just wondering which makes more sense, if we're going to put conditions of approval in.
It's under 2?
Sure, I think I see it under Exhibit A, Condition of Approval 5.
Am I looking at the right? I might have the wrong resolution up here. Is this not the right one?
Scroll down.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's past the findings.
Okay, here we go, I'm sorry. Thank you for that help.
And just to clarify, there was a presentation made by the Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve to the Forest and Beach Commission in February of 2025. That was a comprehensive list and an extensive slideshow of all of the work that had been done. And I believe it's on the website. If it isn't, I can place it on the website, and I'm also happy to provide it to the director, and so that she can pass it around to the Planning Commission.
The true reason for my comment is to put this as a condition of approval for the next 5 years. Does that make sense to be reporting out to the Planning Commission, or does it make more sense to be reporting out to Forest and Beach?
Yeah, it was well received by the Forest and Beach Commission, if that's something that, you want to consider.
Well, we could just add a clause in there that goes additionally to the Forest and Beach. I mean, typically, these reports do go to Forest and Beach, and they come to the Planning Commission for final approval.
Yeah?
Yeah. But if you want to add the language there, I think, anybody have any objections to that?
I would like to suggest not having a June 30th due by date, depending on the type of work that's going on a certain year. We might want to capture something in the fall that's planned for work. So
you're
we can
proposing
make
to
it more
change the
general.
date?
We could just,
Annual-
an
annual
annual
report.
report.
Just have it annual, just not put the
Annual
June
report.
30th in there, just have an annual report? Okay.
And then, Chair, are you suggesting adding in to Forest and Beach and then Planning Commission?
Yeah, so it would, the language would be carried out under the permit and provide an annual year-end summary such that the activities community planning building director for distribution presentation to Forest and Beach and the Planning Commission.
Yep.
You want to leave in July or August meeting?
I would, yeah.
Just
You wanna leave that
Just
out?
to remove it.
Leave that out.
Annual.
Yeah, just annually. Okay. All right. Are we clear on that language?
Yes, sir.
All right, did you have some additional comments, Commissioner?
I don't have any additional comments, but I would make a motion that we move approval of the 5-year extension of the CDP for the Mission Trail Nature Preserve.
Okay, with the
amendment.
with
that
the
was just
amendments to
discussed.
change the language of
On
special
condition
condition number
5.
5.
Yeah.
As stated,
I'll
okay?
second that.
All right, any more discussion? I assume not. Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, thank you. Motion is carried. Okay, that brings us to item number 6 on the public hearings. This is a design study. This is DS 24046, the Teresi project. This is being recommended for continuation by the staff. And I believe the reason was that the applicant was doing some redesign. Is that the case?
Correct. Staff was working with the applicant, and initially when the project was noticed, the intent was to incorporate conditions of approval to achieve consistency. However, there are certain things that should be ironed out prior to approval. It's approval of the concept, right? No, it's final, just kidding. But Mr. Court can speak much more eloquently to this
All right.
project than I can.
There were just a few too many conditions that would lead to a potential ambiguous project being approved. So rather than not having a fully fleshed out project, working with the applicant, we agreed that it would be better to just continue the item to resolve those unresolved issues, rather than addressing them through conditions of approval.
Okay, all right, thank you. Are there any members of the public that have any comments about just the continuation, not the actual application? Okay, seeing none. Any comments from the commissioners on it? All right, I'll make a motion that we continue this item. Is to a date uncertain? Okay, to a date uncertain.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, motion is carried to continue. Okay, that brings us to item number 7 of the public hearing, which is design study DS 25393. This is the Mitchie McLevis project's consideration of combined concept and final design study for a minor addition to the lower floor and substantial alterations on the exterior of an existing single-family residence. Have staff report, please.
Okay. I was just trying to find my mouse. Okay. Tonight I'm presenting the project at Mountain View Avenue, 3 northwest of 8th Avenue. This is a combined concept and final design study 25393. The project is a slightly larger lot at 5,980 square feet, and it consists of a substantial alteration. There's new exterior cladding and a different design and colorway, new windows and doors in an altered fenestration pattern, alteration of a roof form, and the replacement of a peaked parapet with a flattened parapet. This project sits on 2 fronts. While the alteration will be visible from both fronts, the main access of the property is on 8th Avenue, and the bulk of the visual impact will be seen from that 8th Street front. Here we have we have the north elevation. This is the Mountain View front. You can see there's very few visual impacts here. You can see a difference in the cladding beyond the stone-clad portion, which will remain. And this is the view from 8th Street, what we see currently. And then this shows the combination of the additional stone veneer, which should closely match the original stone at the north end, and the board and batten and stucco siding that would replace the wood shake. There are new doors and windows, the altered fenestration pattern. The deck rail is changing. And then it will coordinate with that new Juliet balcony at that front window. The garage door is proposing to be replaced with a window, as that garage will be converted to an ADU. Again, the south elevation, this is another good view to show that parapet change. There is no total change to the ridge height, as that is roughly a flat roof. This is the west elevation, showing the continuation of that stone veneer to properly wrap an entire building form. And then the side view of the parapet, you can see there that change, and some of the alterations of the windows. There's a couple of new ones and some that are staying. The east elevation shows more new windows, the removal of an exterior door, and the changes to the deck rail material. And this is the proposed 84 square foot increase. It's on the lower level of the building. It's less than 2% of the total volume maximum allowed for the site, so they did not have to do a volume study. There's no visual impact from the increased square footage, so no impact on mass and bulk perceived. This expansion is going to be achieved through a combination of reconfiguring floor framing of the upper floor and some excavation of the crawl space. The site is non-conforming regarding site coverage, and for any increase in floor area, a reduction of site coverage must be made at a rate of 2:1. And for the 84 square feet being added, they are proposing to remove roughly 187 square feet, which is more than the minimum requirement. And that's what's highlighted there, the proposed removal. As for forest character, you have a general layout idea here of the trees on site. There's 7. The city forester said that they met density, and there are no proposals to remove trees or change any of the landscaping outside of site coverage. Final details here shows the cladding that's proposed, the increased stone veneer, properly wrapping entire forms. Board and batten and the stucco siding would be painted in the same color. All doors and windows would be finished in a paint similar to the current color of the windows that are already there. The paint colors and additional stone veneer are coordinated with the existing Carmel stone. The existing exterior lights are being reused by having a permanent black film placed on the interior of the glass to comply with the requirement for shielded and downward lighting. And all of the landscape lighting also meets our lumen and spacing requirements. This is our window schedule. The type of windows is matching the existing ones, and they will be painted that dragon's breath paint. There are no changes to the privacy and views, as there's no expansion of decks, or any windows that are being placed are low enough to be obscured by existing fencing. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission find the project exempt from CEQA review and approve the concept and final design. And I'm ready for questions.
Any questions for staff? Oh, question?
Yes, please. The blank wall that we see on sheet A10, I believe when we were on site, I believe I asked about the landscaping and that it was going to remain. And I believe the rendering shows a rather large blank wall facing the public right-of-way in the street. But when we were on site, there was landscaping that was shielding that blank wall.
Are you speaking to the garage?
It would be to this, not the garage door, but the recessed wall against the house.
Oh, let me see if we can see it in the, so
Yeah,
right.
south
underneath
elevation?
there. You mean underneath the Juliet balcony?
Yes,
Okay, oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong version
Thank
of
you.
it. This one.
yes.
I had them both up.
But I believe the rendering simply isn't showing the landscaping that is going to be there. Would that be a
Right,
correct
this is
assumption?
just showing the hardscaping. There's no proposal to change the landscaping.
Okay, so that answers my first question. My second about the roof deck and privacy, we have not received any correspondence with the concern for privacy from the roof deck?
As of 2:00, we had not received anything.
Okay. And then I had one more question related to the roofs. Because of the rendering, is there a single roof color or are there several roof colors?
There's no re-roofing proposed. Did I state that somewhere?
It looks like there's two different roof colors in the rendering.
Oh, there has been no proposal for a new roof.
Okay.
So I believe that it's all the same wood shake, but I didn't notice a difference in person.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Thank you. All right, I'd like to invite the applicant or the applicant's architect to come forward and make their presentation.
Good afternoon, staff and commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Alan Lehman, and I'm the building designer on the project. I'm helping Michie and McLevis with their project. Fairly straightforward cosmetic exterior changes, some interior changes that were essentially taking a bedroom that was upstairs, bring it downstairs, so we have some window changes there. The project is very minor in nature as far as impact on neighbors. We do have a change in materials from on the site, both wood, stone, and stucco. And each of those materials, other than the stone, which is, on the garage, the new stone in the garage, which is bringing in the balance from front, from street to street, and carrying the, a lot of that Carmel aesthetic of that stone is a really rich presence. But the wood siding is all on areas of the house that are single wall construction. Our original intention was to possibly just do stucco throughout the house, but due to the structural concerns of needing to rebuild those walls to support the weight of stucco, we decided that we would distinguish the old walls, which are single wall, from the additions that have gone on the house over the years, and make those stucco to clarify what is old and new on the house. And we feel like it makes there strikes a nice balance in breaking up the scale of the house. In regards to Mel's question about the blank wall, yes, there is some landscaping that will enhance that area, but that is, in essence, the stairs come down through that area inside the house, and the rest of it is crawl space. So it wasn't really appropriate to break that up with a door or window in any way. So we've left that as is, other than the aesthetic of the Juliet balcony helping to break up the scale of that wall. The upper floor deck is an existing deck. The owners did reach out to neighbors, no concerns, obviously, and from the lack of correspondence, nothing coming in negative. We'll consider that a positive. And I think that is all for this project, unless you have any questions for me.
Questions for Alan? Thanks, Alan.
All right, thank you.
Okay, did the owners want to make any comments, or you're? I don't know if the commission had any questions about it. Members of the public, I'd like to invite you this time to make any comments regarding this application. Don't see anybody coming up. Any hands online?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm going to close the Public comments open up to the commission for their comments. Commissioner Ahlborn? No comments. Okay, Commissioner Locke?
No, I actually like the project a lot. It does bring continuity between what's going on Mountain View and then what's going on 8. So, yeah, I support this.
Yeah, it's a nice project, and I think it's been you have a nice sensitive way you've dealt with materials, and I see you had some challenges as far as the structure, the way you did that, and I think you worked it out very nicely. I want to encourage you sometime in the near future, though, to get rid of that wood roof. But I know it's a big expense, but move that up to the next project, So we have a resolution. I'm gonna find it. What do I do with it? But I looked at the special conditions, there wasn't really anything there. So do we have a motion for the resolution?
I move,
Can I ask a question?
Come on up, ask it,
I forgot to mention.
before we get too far down the road
On
here.
Special conditions, for copper gutters, I understand the need to not install new copper gutters, but for existing copper gutters on a project like this, the special condition is calling for the removal of those. Is that necessary? Just because I hate to bring anything to the dump that doesn't belong there.
It's a good question, Alan. I don't know, can the plan director comment on that?
Sure, so the language states that prior to issuance of building permit, the applicant shall submit a revised plan for review and approval. I would recommend that the language be modified, stating that prior to the issuance of building permit, any plans submitted shall not include installation of new copper gutters.
Perfect.
Does that clarify?
Yes,
to your-
thank you.
All right.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept design study DS 25393 as conditioned with the amended condition of approval number 27.
27, yeah.
Second?
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to item number 8 on the public hearings. That is another design study, DS 26055, this Stewart Project's consideration of a combined concept and final for the replacement of all windows and doors, replacement of all the wood and stucco siding, partial replacement of the tar and gravel roof, and associated site improvements to the residents. Can we have staff report, please?
Good evening, Commissioners. As you said, this is for a combined concept and final. The scope of work has changed slightly from what was originally submitted, so it probably would be more accurately a Planning Commission referral had it come in with the original design, but we're doing it this way for ease. And that's a design study 26055 Stewart. It's a 4,000 square foot lot. We have the existing and proposed floor area and site coverage. Both are being reduced by roughly 10 square feet. They have existing nonconformities with regard to site coverage, floor area, height, and parking. Building nonconformities shall not be reconstructed when demolished, and demolition is defined, at least for walls, when more than 50% of both the structural framing and cladding are being removed. For this, the portion of the structure that is relevant for that is the third story portion. There's the west portion of the top floor would be considered a third story because of the basement. That is not actually a basement because it's more space between finished floor and ground level. But because of that, the applicant has made some minor adjustments to their plans to make it so that the total demolition of walls will be 40.7%, and for the third story, it'll only be 47%, so they get under that 50% to make sure that they can maintain their nonconformities. So we're just gonna breeze through these elevations. I have one for each view, so if you have any questions at the end, we can always go back for reference. This is the west elevation. As you can see, that portion of the top story is the third story element of the building. Reducing the total number of windows and doing some restructuring, but pretty comparable amount of glazing overall. Here is the east elevation, so that's the front. The majority of the work is in reducing the windows and rearranging them, and then creating an entry where there is currently a kind of two-doored garage with a garage door and a man door, to just make it into a entry door. Here is the north elevation, reducing the number of windows and rearranging the siding. The property has right now shingle siding, horizontal shiplap, and stucco, as you can see from the different elevations, and they're kind of consolidating that into vertical wood siding and stucco, simplifying the siding overall. And here is the south elevation. The windows on the third story are kind of wrapping around, and some just a little bit of rearrangement here or there, and the removal of the chimney. Here is the finished details. It's a lot of muted grays, which fits into our earth tones color wheel, and it's not high contrast, so staff viewed that as approvable. They're doing a PVC and gravel roof as a replacement for tar and gravel, shiplap wood siding, black aluminum windows, stained wood doors, and all their lights are downward shielded and meet our lumen requirements. With that, staff recommends approval and adoption of the resolution.
Any questions for staff? Mr. Ahlborn?
Thank you, Mr. Olander. What story is the flat roof on?
The third/second story.
Okay. That's all for now. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, this time I'd like to invite the architect or their designer to come forth and make their presentation.
Thank you, Jacob. Commissioners, Chair, Director, thanks. I'm Patrick Leemaster, architect. I'll try to keep this short. I know you got a busy night tonight. Basically, my client approached me with this project, non-conforming in many ways, multiple revolutions over the years. The basic problem was an internal circulation that caused a lot of problems with bedroom, bathroom layout. So the idea is that we basically reorganize the interior but keep the exterior form and scale the same. Replacing the single pane windows. It's got a mid-century fill originally, so kind of keeping with the mid-century fill. Trying to keep windows like for like. As I found out, you know, the rules with if you remove a window, that's considered demo. The thing that really got us was if there's less wall to a corner, you have to count all of that. So that changed things a little bit. Really interesting for me to come across that part of the code. But we were able to make that work, and I eliminated a window here and there to make that work. But basically just upgrade the house, all new systems, mechanical, plumbing, electrical. It needs all of those things, new finishes. And, you know, open up the view a little bit in the one corner area where we can by removing the fireplace.
Okay. Any questions for the architect?
I have one question.
Sure.
What is the height of the entry door? I couldn't.
The height of the entry door will probably be about a 7-foot door.
Okay.
And you won't see it from the street. And so to answer your question, sorry, it's one flat roof for the whole house, but basically on the street side, it's a single level house. Mm-hmm. This is the steepest site I've worked on in Carmel so far, but that's, you know, on the third floor.
It's very
steep. It's very, very steep. So it's gonna be just maintain the existing roof. basically just re-roof it.
Yes.
Thank you, and I had one more question.
Sure.
And it circles back to one of our design guidelines, Design Guideline 9.3, and that speaks to specifically add details to relieve blank surfaces. And in this particular property, and I recognize the many requirements that you had in order to bring this project as far as you have, but on the north, the south, and the east elevations, there are some rather large two-story blank surfaces, large surface areas that are blank.
Right.
And that actually doesn't speak very well to that design guideline of ours. Is there, I notice on the front elevation, there is a very large tree that will help mitigate that, right, with landscaping. But the two, I'm thinking of the two sides, not the west facing, so right, the
Right.
north and south.
Right.
Can you just speak to that a little bit? I mean, I support the project. I notice a lot of the window sizes seem to get smaller, which made that blank wall larger.
Yeah. I think the blank wall is an outcome of this topography. You know, as the grade falls, that wall just becomes bigger. You know, where the existing residence is pushed out as far as we can go, so there's no flexibility of doing some jogs in and out unless we lose space on the inside. We couldn't go out. Which in terms of the way the plan is, it's quite difficult. We got a junior ADU. It's actually currently two residences. It's an upper floor and a lower floor that was grandfathered in, I guess you will. There was some approvals that happened. So making the plan work, there isn't a lot of room to reduce the square footage, unfortunately, to do some of that. And the privacy is quite, you know, both neighbors are right there as well. So it's kind of wall in wall, I don't know if you noticed in the tour. So to me, you know, it was kind of like the window locations as a privacy issue, maybe a little bit more for the neighbor. So I would say the only thing we could do perhaps would be, you know, introducing more of the wood versus stucco to try to give it a little more texture on some of the blank walls. We weren't planning on removing all of the stucco, only where structurally we need to add a shear wall, things like that. We were trying to maintain, from a cost perspective, you know, we're trying to minimize the amount of work to the exterior as well.
And do we have a landscape plan in here? Were you
No proposed change
No
to the
proposed change.
landscape. There is a landscape plan in the set, but it's all existing.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right. Any members of the public like to address the planning commission regarding this application? Okay, nobody jumping up. Any hands up online?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, I'm going to close the public comments, open to the commissioners. Commissioner Ahlborn, did you have additional comments or?
No additional, but I am concerned about the large blank walls. I just don't know that, given the site and the architecture, I don't know that there's any way to mitigate those on the north and south.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of working with an existing situation there. I think,
Precisely.
you know, they had a lot of challenges as far as how to work this out. Also, those blank walls, they don't really, you know, they just kind of face the neighbors. You know, it's not, and also, you know, I think the intent of those large blank walls is to mitigate, you know, mass and bulk. And because, I mean, the way you know, this looks like a single story from the street.
Right.
So it's, you know, that whole street there has got incredible elevation change.
Right.
You know, we looked at that house next door a while back and
Yes.
it was, it really dropped off. I mean, you kind of have to have a bridge to get to the house. But,
Yeah, no, I tend to agree with you. I think, especially given the existing, how much of that they're retaining, yeah, I would support the project.
yeah. And Commissioner Locke, do you have some comments on that or
No,
other
I
things?
actually have no real comments on it. The north and south walls to me do not cause me any concern. just because of the steepness of the lot and the neighboring houses nearby, so no problem.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have any additional comments. I mean, I think this is a nice upgrade of a, kind of a unremarkable mid-century modern. Seems to be a lot of love for mid-century modern right now, but a lot of these mid-century moderns were just little cheap flat top houses but I think when, current architects, they kind of focus on them, they're coming up with some nice upgrades to them. So these little cheap houses, which are not cheap anymore, so we're seeing some nice improvements to the designs. So having said that, I was getting the resolution up here. I think I've got the right one here. Were there any special?
No special oh, well, the
Those are
typical
our
special
standard ones, right?
conditions, yeah.
Kind of have our standard ones in there.
I would move that we accept DS 26055 as proposed and conditioned by staff.
Second?
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
and Chair LePage.
Yes, motion is carried. Thank you. All right, that brings us to our next item, which is item number 9 on the public hearing. This is another design study. This is DS 25172, the Munis project. It's consideration of concept study for substantial exterior alterations and a 407 square foot addition to an existing 1,140 square foot single-family residence. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be presenting the Munoz project. This is a typical 4,000 square foot lot. It's a re-subdivided corner lot in the R1 district and then in the archaeological significance overlay. It's currently developed with a 1,141 square foot residence, a one-story residence, and a 181 square foot detached studio, I should say. The project proposes to redevelop the current house, bringing it up to 1,548 square feet, remaining single story. And the existing studio is proposed to be demolished and replaced with a detached 250 square foot garage. The proposed project will modestly increase the height of the existing home. The property does contain 2 easements. One is an 8-foot wide storm drain easement that crosses the southeast corner of the property. And then there's a 3-foot wide sewer line easement that extends along the west property line and crosses the northwest corner of the property. The northeast corner of the residence, highlighted there in yellow, is proposed to be retained in place. It's non-conforming as it encroaches into the east side setback. So that portion of the home will stay in place as non-conforming. And then the northwest corner of the home is being demolished. You can see that hatched area in the plan on the right. And the proposed garage will avoid the easement that you can see in hatches extending along that southeast corner of the property. Additionally, the eaves, which encroach into that west easement, will be removed entirely, clearing that easement out. So I'm going to begin by discussing the proposed garage in the front setback. And as you're aware, garages are permitted in the front setback. Detached garages, I should say. Attached garages are not permitted. The Planning Commission does have a few findings to make to allow a detached garage in the front setback. These views here are from 4th Avenue. So you can see that the proposed garage will sit exactly at the front property line. I'm going to go through these 6 findings. The first finding speaks to dimensions, and the proposed project meets the required dimensions and square footage. So it's at the maximum square footage, which is 250 square feet, but it meets the height and the width dimensions. So no issues with finding number 1. The second finding speaks to how we need to landscape at least 50% of the adjacent right-of-way. A landscape plan is forthcoming, but the project is conditioned so that this finding will be met. The third finding speaks to significant trees. The site does feature 4 significant trees, and the proposed garage, as I mentioned, located right on the front property line, doesn't encroach into any root zones of the trees. So the project does meet standard number 3. The driveway, however, not on private property, but permitted within the city right-of-way, does slightly encroach into a root zone. So that's one of our conditions of approval for the applicant to meet with the forester to work out how to prevent any damage to the tree roots. But as far as the garage on private property, no root zones are affected. Finding number 4 speaks to the protection of free and safe movement of pedestrians and vehicles. So this roadway is flat. There are very few properties accessed by car that are located east of this site. So as you saw today, it's a dead-end street. There's only a couple homes further east on 4th Avenue. So there's relatively little vehicular traffic. However, as you did see, there is a footbridge located east of this property. So there may be a fair amount of pedestrians coming along 4th. However, there is reasonable visibility. There's a planted island on 4th that is fairly close to the subject property, but visibility in front of and behind the island appears to be maintained. Finding 5 speaks to how the development will be in scale with adjacent properties. And the design guidelines speak to how to position a garage. So at 250 square feet, it is at the maximum permitted size. And we do have a property directly west that is 2 stories, and then a property directly south, which is situated at a higher topography. So this garage is subordinate to neighboring structures in terms of its height. However, the project included a proposed 11-foot site wall. You can see that north-south line between the house and the residence on the plan there. That site wall, combined with a proposed overhanging shed roof detail spanning the house and the garage, led staff to recommend removal of those features so that there isn't an appearance of an attached garage, which is not permitted. I believe the applicant is prepared to present today some alternative plans, so we can discuss that more later. Finding number 6 speaks to how the placement of a garage within the front setback would add diversity, and it would. The subject block does not feature detached garages otherwise. Here are the existing and proposed elevations. The images on the left show the street view, and then the images on the right show standing inside the front fence. So you can see the proposed garage on the left images, and then the proposed house on the right images. One of the draft conditions of approval is speaking to reduction of the doors. The commission has often required door heights to be human scaled, and that's interpreted as 6 foot 8 inches. In this case, the existing doors are already higher than that, so a draft condition is to bring down those door heights to make them more human scale, particularly on the front elevation. Here are our existing west and east elevations. As you can see on the west elevation, the existing eaves will be removed. The existing chimney will be removed. Horizontal hardy siding is proposed, and then the garage is proposed to be a concrete materiality. On the rear of the residence, you can see that a small 18 square foot addition is proposed. It's that small bump out to accommodate a bathtub. You can see that on the lower half of your screen. And then here's our north elevation. You can see currently that there are clerestory windows, and the applicant has proposed to demolish the portion of the house you can see in the photo there, the upper right, that is partially encroaching into a sewer line easement. So part of that northwest corner of the house will be demolished and new windows proposed. We did receive correspondence today from a north neighbor. Here's the correspondence with a few requests included. The north neighbor does have some concerns about the new windows proposed for the north elevation. Also, some concerns about the slight height increase proposed, and then just the size of the additions generally. This is just a concept hearing, so we're primarily looking at footprint and massing and the appropriateness of the garage and the front setback. However, here are finished materials, should the commission have any comments. The applicant also has additional materials they'd like to share with us today that includes some more renderings. These are the preliminary staff draft conditions of approval. As I mentioned, bringing the doors down to a more human scale. There is a small site wall proposed for the right-of-way. So the applicant would need to omit that or obtain a permanent encroachment permit. And then, as I mentioned, the site wall and the overhanging shed roof spanning the house and the garage gave the appearance of an attached garage. So the recommendation was to omit those features. And then again, the driveway, that portion in yellow there, looks like it could impact a root zone. So those were identified issues. But overall, staff does recommend accepting the concept. We do have the architect here ready to give us some additional information.
Okay, any questions for staff? Question?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Ms. Wallace, could you please go back to slide 9?
Certainly.
It had the materials, and I'm looking at the garage siding. There's 4 colors there? Is the proposal to include 4 different colors on the garage?
Let's take a look at the applicant's materials. They include renderings which better show the garage. So I think that will help us get a sense of the color scheme.
Thank you.
For the tinted concrete.
And the angled solar panels, is that something that we have here in Carmel? I'm not familiar.
It is, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, it is. And we allow solar panels. Yeah.
Okay, any questions for staff? All right, this time I'd like to invite the applicant's architect to make the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Marianne Schicketanz. Do I get a clicker?
Let me pull it up for you.
In the meantime, may I share some of the actual materials, because concrete sounds so scary. But here is the garage. So these would be just 2 different finishes of the same color. And that would be the color for the house siding and for the
So is this a cladding material?
That's a cladding material.
It's a cladding material.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How is it attached?
It gets attached on clips. On clips.
Okay.
Okay, it gets attached on clips. May I get a clicker for the presentation?
IT, are you able to show the PowerPoint, please, or the PDF? Because it's a PDF, I can click through for you.
Clicks for me? Okay, good. So thank you for the opportunity to present this to you. Everybody was on site today, so maybe we can go over the site conditions relatively quickly. Next. this is I've worked in Carmel for a while, but this is a parcel that has the most constraints I think I've come across in terms of 2 easements that cut at an angle through the property, and it is considered a corner lot with the burden of the second widened setback, but not the benefits that corner lots usually have, because you have usually the option of being able to access a lot from 2 sides when you are required to have these enlarged setbacks. This lot, however, has the burden of a corner lot setback, but you can only access it from one side. And even on the access on that one side with the large pine that we have, so we are very restricted in that sense of what we could do. The clients, next please. The clients like that little cottage, and we were trying to keep as much of the feel of that. So this would, for most people, be considered a teardown, but we were trying to retain most of the structure, and we are removing what used to be a garage, then it was converted into a studio and is really in very, very poor condition. So that is the existing home that you saw today. Next. And this is the new design, and you can see where the demolition is marked in blue, and the little pop-out that you reviewed in the field, and then the addition on the front, including the detached garage. And this is now the new proposal. Maybe we go one back and point out. So we had that side wall that staff was pointing out on the west side of the entry. And we are now constructing the whole overhang differently. We are cantilevering it from the house. Basically, we are adding a second wall at the house and using that to cantilever over the garage. As I have mentioned in the field, our client has a walking handicap, and therefore it is really important that we provide a safe covered area, non-slippery covered area from the garage to the house. And equally important that in front of the garage, the client can get out of the car by fully opening the car door and potentially one day being able to have a wheelchair transfer there. That is the reason why we have that widened area also on the west side. Speaking to that little retainage that we have there, we will be able to bank that so that you would not have a tripping hazard. So we still do have it to retain it for safety so that it doesn't slip, but we can make it go away basically and be underground by banking it on the west side. Next. That now shows the revised proposal where we removed the wall on the south side. We went ahead and added a sort of a second wall to the house wall, and we are cantilevering the roof from there, and then having a gate and a fence basically on the entry side. This shows you the sections. We are, slightly increasing the height, mainly by taking the existing angle and just having more length, and by nature of geometry, then we have a little bit more height. We would very much like to retain the full height doors. As you saw, today was a very sunny day, but this is a very low and dark site many days because it's the absolute low point in the neighborhood. And this allows us to get sun really a lot deeper into the house if we can retain the height of the doors, which I also believe is consistent with the type of architecture we have there. And we can look at renderings later. So this was the entry from the previous proposal. You can also see on the garage the dark and light of the brick color that reflects the two finish options that I gave you the samples of. And the overhang was proposed out of the beige, out of the lighter color. And the new proposal is to remove that wall in the back, have a fence up front with a gate that doesn't touch either side of the house wall, and cantilevering the entry roof from the house wall. When we open the gate next, then, this would now be open into the backyard. We are constraining it with a little bench there to have a separation. And on the left side, you see the door from the garage. On the right side would be the entry door to the structure. This is the back, as it is viewed from the back side. From the yard, we are stepping down. It's pretty similar to how the yard works right now. That is sort of their sunny area, and we would like to connect it to the interior and the exterior, and just open that side up. And this is as viewed from the living room. Right now, still with the existing fence, and I think the landscape proposal, we would come forth then. I would love to get direction from the Planning Commission today, if you would be open to retaining the fence site that is existing there now because of privacy concerns, since everybody from all sides is looking onto that site. Then speaking towards the glazing and the door height, that did catch us a little bit by surprise, because we have many mid-century homes in town that have larger doors. It's just part of the architecture, and they're not human in scale. It just belongs to that building type. And these are just some projects from our own work that are in town, that is from Mayor Burnett's house. We would have 8.5-foot high doors, and that you see that are folding doors. There are, 2-story glass walls on the left side next. And then this is a project on Taurus that has 9-foot high doors, and again, 2-story high folding doors on a historic house on Lopez. So there are examples all over town that I think are well executed and in good proportion to the rest of the house, that are not necessarily 8-foot, 6'8". I haven't done a 6'8" exterior door in a very long time. So, this is the project as it presents itself from the street. Thank you. Let me know if you have any questions.
Any questions for the architect? All right, thank you. Okay, members of the public, I'd like to invite you to make any comments at this time. Any hands going up online there?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm going to close the public comments, open it up to the commissioners for their comments. Commissioner Ahlborn, did you want to begin?
Yes, thank you, Chair. For the door heights, it seems, based on the renderings, that we are not seeing most of the doors from the public right-of-way. And that's a factor to me when it comes to human scale. I'm concerned about the color. When I look at the color of the garage, especially given its location and how it's coming into the setback as a detached garage. Right here. Yes, I mean, beautiful materials, beautiful. But my concern is that we already have a nonconformity of a sort in that it's coming into the public the public right-of-way, and then to draw additional attention with the change in color from the main residence. It's just a consideration. I'm not concluded on anything. I did pay close attention to Ms. Wallace speaking about the shed roof. Is that what you were calling it? The appearance of an attached garage, which is not allowed in the setback. So that I paid close attention to, and I was wondering if someone could speak to think we had 2 neighbors with correspondence related to concern about losing public parking. Is that with this project?
We did have 2 neighbors reach out. They believed that the proposed garage was actually encroaching into the city right-of-way. I shared the project plans with them and pointed out that it is right on the property line, and I didn't receive any additional concerns from either of them.
Perfect, perfect. So then my comments, and they're all unconcluded, if the taller doors are not visible from the right-of-way, I know that we have many, many projects in town that surely do have much larger glazing areas that aren't in the right-of-way, so I would be open to that. The color of the garage, as beautiful as that material is, that is something I would be interested in seeing addressed. And I'd like to hear my fellow commissioners' comments about the shed roof, though I am sensitive to the fact that it would allow protection from the elements from the detached garage into the home. So I'm unconcluded all around. So talk me into something.
Commissioner Locke, talk her into something.
Talk her into something. Let's see. Looking at the photo that or the rendering I'm looking at right now, I also have concern about what kind of I perceive as a box as a garage. And I know this is not exactly what it looks like down in that area. But I would almost suggest getting continuity in the color just because it is a square project. I mean, it's a square structure. I'm concerned about the existing front fence and the height of that. I think that, we typically want to have some openness and ability to see into the space. And in particular, this is it is an interesting house in the new projects. Going to be something that would be something I'd like to look at. I don't have a problem with the roof that was just proposed between the main house and the garage area. I think it does meet the needs of the applicant without, in my opinion, without that attachment, and I don't think that's a problem at all. Let's see, in the back area where we did get correspondence from the northern neighbor, there is a concern about both the bump out in the tub for the master bathroom and then also for the kitchen area. I think that and I think the architect said frosted glass would be an option for the tub area. I would encourage doing that. I think that the kitchen proposal is because you're demolishing part of the square footage and moving that back a little further from the neighbor property. Yes, there's definitely going to be a kitchen-to-kitchen interaction. And somebody said something about, well, maybe we could pass through, so. But no, I don't think that, I think that can be mitigated. There is a fence between the two properties that's in very poor condition. And I think that we should encourage replacement of that with a new fence. And I'm not sure what the height of the existing fence is and what the possibility of raising that might be in some way, or somehow creating a better barrier between those two properties. But I think right now they have the same type of situation. There are windows and doors in the back that they can see in as it is there. And I think that's pretty much all I had.
I believe the fence is 7 feet presently.
Is it? Okay.
Okay. All right, I just want to say, the planning commission has the discretion to allow 8-foot-high fences, that are not in the front yard setbacks. So, and I think that's a good way to mitigate impacts. So in this case of this project, I would definitely favor replacing that fence, and if they want to mitigate the impacts to the neighbor, then just make it an 8-foot fence. The front yard fence, as I understand it, you can repair it, right? You can repair it. At what point is it considered a rebuild? I mean, it's kind of looked like it had like some lattice on top with some plywood or something. Was that right? And then it's probably an old fence. The posts are probably bad or something. So I don't know. I mean, I'm just asking staff. What do you have a trigger for?
This is a Track 2 project, so this is an opportunity if the commission would like to see changes to any fences on any property line, including the front.
You can do that?
We can
do that.
Yeah.
All right. The fence is currently there is that front setback is in an angle? Is that correct? It's not an angle. It's not an angle, no. So it looks like the fence is back a ways, isn't it? Does that dotted line represent the setback that you put on the plans there? Come on up.
No, that doesn't this is the current fence. If we go to the next slide. Yeah, so here you see the dotted line and it's labeled setback. That is the actual building setback. The angled line that you see is the fence as you saw it in the field today. And we would be able to obviously construct a new fence on the property line. And
So the dotted line is 15 feet back?
The heavy dotted line
The heavy
on
is
the
the property
very
line.
right side is the property line.
Yeah,
And
and then
the parallel dotted line is the setback line,
Right.
the building setback line.
Yeah,
for the house.
the fence is already, for the most part, further back than 15.
Yes.
So you can build it to 6 feet. Is that correct?
Can I?
Yeah, you can build it
Yeah.
to 6 feet.
Yeah.
It just has to be kind of an open design.
Yes, but if we want to move it we would like to get some input because we are working on the landscape plan, which we want to bring to you for the next hearing. And it would be good to get some feedback whether you're open to a more than 4-foot fence on the property line. That will,
It's code, so it's 4
Okay.
feet.
Okay.
If it's in the front yard setback, it's got to be 4 feet.
Okay,
That's just code.
okay, that's
So-
good to hear.
The design, and it's supposed to be an open design, have some openness.
My
So-
understanding was you have discretion over that.
Pardon?
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah, not in the front. And we have discretion on the sides to go to 8 feet.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's the fence. All right, so there was some concern about the material. This is a situation where I just want to leave the aesthetics to the architect. I don't really want to get into this. I mean, this is an architect that has a highly developed sense of aesthetics, and I just don't want to get into that at all. This is a mid-century modern. It's like the last one is being upgraded. It's obviously pretty horrible right now, and I think the architect, in my opinion, I just want to give them as much freedom, whatever, to do the aesthetics. The only thing I want to look at this at is just in terms of the ordinance, setbacks, fences. It's not a high contrast situation of material, which that would be kind of a trigger for me. No, I don't really. I mean, it's, you got this, and I don't think terracotta and beige is high contrast. I mean, we're getting a lot of these black and white houses, and that's the big thing now. You want a white house with black trim, and that's what we are trying to discourage in this community because it doesn't really represent our community. So I see this as a subtle, type of two really, it's kind of, terracotta is kind of a pastel. It's a combination of orange and pink and red. And then we've got this nice beige and you can talk about aesthetics all day long, but I just want to let the architect make the aesthetic decisions. So the other thing that I'm kind of trying to get some understanding on, I apologize, I'm not getting it. So staff was concerned about the garage looking like a freestanding garage, and not attached to the building. And so the concern of staff was the wall, the connection to the wall, or was it the overhang? Or was it both?
I would say both elements combined, especially when you're coming down 4th, headed east from that approach, which is the only vehicular approach. It appears connected. It did appear connected before the applicant proposed to remove that wall that we're looking at on the screen now.
So the wall we're talking about is the one in the back here?
Yes.
So there's like an open, just call it grid
It's
for whatever.
a site wall that was
And
is not
then
attached.
there's a section of the wall which has the concrete cladding material on it. And then there's just, obviously there's a large overhang. So staff was concerned that the combination of the overhang and the wall was creating a connected look.
Yes.
And so the architects proposed, do we have what was, so
Now
this is what was
proposing this.
proposed?
Yes, this is the revision for this evening. So the west wall has now been removed and replaced with this little half gate on the east side of the.
I don't see how this is better. I mean, this is, we've pushed this mass out and it's kind of floating on each end. I mean, does it make it look less attached? Or make it more, I kind of, from the other elevation, it seemed like that looked less attached. Unless maybe it's just my,
So the gate has been added, is that the primary difference?
Just today, the applicant has proposed removing the wall in the middle here that would have connected to this overhanging roof feature.
can you come up so we can just kind of I can get a better understanding
So
of
now
what?
you'll see there's no more wall.
So-
Go to the next slide, so that is what we propose, to remove that wall, and I think the concern was traveling up from 4th Street, you could have seen the wall connected to the roof. And now when you travel up, it's completely separated, you won't see it.
Okay, so this is what you're proposing, you're fine with this?
Yes, I'm fine.
Okay.
And when you go to the next slide, that is basically what, you kind of see the top of that from the street, and that would be floating roof now and has no connection to the
Right, and
garage.
you took the post out, you cantilevered it?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly, yeah.
Fine. Okay, I understand now, thank you.
I think the gate's a lovely feature. I mean, I do
Well, from
like
this,
that.
from this elevation, it's more interesting because you're getting some
It is.
articulation in the other one, but, it's a perspective and, when you see it in person, it's gonna be a little different, but,
But my eye can't stop looking at the garage. My eye just gets pulled to that darker color. I can't seem to see the house because, my eye just goes to that darker, higher contrast.
well, I think the question, the detached garage is supposed to be subordinate to the house.
See, to me, in this color.
So I
it
think
isn't.
maybe, that is an item for discussion, whether or not you feel it's subordinate. It's treated differently in that it doesn't have an overhang and it's a square mass of a different colored material. And also the cladding runs vertically as opposed to horizontally. Anyway, the architect, you want to say something?
Yeah, darker colors recede and will be definitely less visible than a lighter color. So if you call it a box in a light color will always be more visible than if you go darker. with that color. And I'd be happy to do, we can do a plywood mock-up with that color if you would like us to, and do a light one and a dark one, even on the existing structure. Because a darker color does recede. And we were shooting for sort of a madrone natural tone, I thought that is a really soft color. So
I think I'm in the minority, so I don't know that you should go to that trouble.
You're not in the minority, and so I have one thought on that, and and I'm sorry,
Please.
but it does kind of boxcar to me, kind of look like a.
Yeah, I agree.
It's got a little bit of
The
good.
doors, are there visible, there are no visible garage doors in this
No.
case? So it just literally looks
It's really,
like it's a
yeah,
box.
it's the siding, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Brown, a red.
by the way, the
So
one
when the
across
garage
the
door opens
street
in the
is also
front-
a box.
When the garage door opens in the front, the seams match the
Yeah.
width, and then it goes from
Yeah.
the elevation
To
to
the header.
the top of the roof, so it just comes up.
Yeah.
Kind of cool. Yeah. So I don't have a problem with it, but if other commissioners want to give some direction, I think where the finding that we could make is that, the question for me is whether it's subordinate, The colors, I don't see them as high contrast, so, I mean, you could theoretically have this terracotta color as a trim color, but, I'm not suggesting you do that. But it just doesn't seem like a high contrast to me. High contrast is black and white, charcoal gray and white. That's what we've been kind of dealing with to try to discourage, and this is a different approach. I think what I would find more challenging for a lot of reviewers would be the question whether or not the design of the garage, which is significantly different from the house, is subordinate to it or not.
Well, see, yes. I mean, I think.
Personally, I find it interesting enough as a statement of aesthetic creativity that I don't have that problem with it. But also, the materials, the type of material kind of ties it together.
Well, and is it horizontal on the house and then vertical on the garage? Because that too is where I think my eyes are, I'm having it, I actually,
We will probably be open changing it, but the approach I took is treating it like it was a historic house. It isn't, but that's the approach we would take to have, an object that is an intervention in front of a historic house, although this isn't really historic, but that is sort of the approach that we took with the horizontal versus vertical siding.
So
That is what you would do. If the house was historic, then that would be encouraged to do, right? Because you wanted to really make sure that you differentiate it properly.
that's why you.
That's how we approached it, So
Did you
that's where that
try it
thinking
visually
come from.
horizontally?
Pardon me?
Did you try the terracotta siding horizontally on the garage?
No, we did, I don't know, then I think I think it looks like palisades now, I thought, so or trees, or it really wanted to be vertical, I think, but we could go vertical on the house, if you felt that it would tie together better, or if you'd like to see that with something,
Yeah,
we could approach it that way, but I just wanted to give you the thinking behind it, how we thought about it, and why we differentiated it.
Okay, thank you.
See, yes, the direction of the siding, the variety in the color just seems to add, and really the variety of the two forms, the residence and the garage, just seems to add to an overall complexity in the overall project. I don't know, talk me into something, folks.
Well, it's kind of, like I said, it gets back, it's an aesthetic approach. And the designer has just explained, the architect has just explained how they saw it, that I think, what I heard was, first of all, a differentiation between the two structures, which kind of came out of a historicity, requirement, which it doesn't really have, but it kind of starts a way of thinking. And the other is the vertical kind of reflects, the trees. Is that what I heard about the trees or so forth? So, it gets into that sort of an aesthetic thing. I think where we, the way for the planning commission to approach it is look at what the language says. It says it's subordinate. So the question is, do you feel it's subordinate?
No, I don't.
Okay. And I think there has been an aesthetic decision to make it different from the house. And subordinate means it borrows from the house design, or it is, the house sets the design, and then the detached garage is subordinate. So it would reflect that. So that's a challenge for the architect, how they make that connection to make it subordinate. So I think, rather than give direction about materials or direction, these colors, I just think the challenge is here, how can the architect make it subordinate to the house?
Yes.
So that's the direction I would give. And then let the aesthetic decision and the connection be made by the architect.
I would support that, Chair. And what about the door heights? Where are we on the door heights?
I am of a little different mind. Mid-century moderns have, a lot of glass. That's just the nature of the beast. So I don't want to put all these designs in one box when it comes to door and window glaze and stuff. If it's a modern house, just by what is authentic to that particular design is more glass and floor to ceiling. You don't want to see all these, lines. The whole idea of the geometry of modern, architecture is simpler geometric forms that aren't all chopped up. When you start, there's modern architecture and there's contemporary. Contemporary architecture is wide open. It's postmodern. That's Frank Gehry. It's deconstructionism. It's all these other things. But what we're typically dealing with here in Carmel, because we are architectural history has modern architecture. It's got that mid-century modern. And then we have, like the stuff that John Fotis is doing, which was really very, state-of-the-art, modern architecture. But it was based on simple geometric forms and how you put them together. So I don't really think that an 8 foot high or an 8 foot 6 high door is not human scale,
For mid-century modern,
Yeah.
I would agree.
And like this house with the big overhangs and so forth, you get these really strong horizontal lines which kind of bring the house down and make it connected to the land. And that's what I like about the horizontal siding. It repeats the lines of the overhang, and it looks like you're using a channel. Maybe that's an aluminum channel.
Beautiful.
I know that Craig, he was here a minute, is he still, there he is. He's got his head down. He used that on a design he did for the My Roses. He's got he's got a channel that creates a strong horizontal line around the house. So it kind of mimics that strong horizontal geometry of the house.
So, Chair, will we strike then the condition of approval 6 for human scale doors? Right?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how to deal with that language, because this comes up all the time. And I know some of the other planning commissions have a totally different idea or, feeling about this than I do. In particular, Commissioner Allen, she was really, this was kind of a thing, but.
So just to clarify, what comes up all the time is that 6'8" number. In this case, the existing mid-century house has taller than 6'8", so I didn't recommend bringing it down to the 6'8". I recommended just keeping the scale as is. But if you're supportive of more glazing, then we can just strike that condition
Yeah.
entirely.
Well, like I said, I really want to leave it to the designer architects to how they do these interpretations with the particular style of architecture. And when it comes to mid-century modern, I just rather leave it up to them.
Well, the condition of approval says no higher than 7.6.
Well, I would just go with what's being proposed, but that's just
Okay.
the way I deal with it.
So then can we strike condition of approval 6 then? Just remove the human scale doors?
Yes.
It's condition of approval 7 for right-of-way, permanent encroachment application, we need that. What are we going to do about the site wall and the projecting shed roof? It sounded
What
like we
I'm
were.
gathering is that the commission is supportive of the cantilevered roof form.
And the new.
And the site wall has
the
already
new design?
been removed now.
Yeah, I think that's
Yes.
been resolved by the,
So we can
by the change in
amend
design.
condition of approval 8. And then the driveway, I think that covers it. Yes? I mean,
okay. Sounds like you just.
and the back fence.
Yeah, so is there a window above that, that's a freestanding tub in there or some kind of tub and that little bump out? Are there like high windows? Is that what's being proposed?
Maybe we should bring up the floor plan.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was,
It's okay. And do we have that little photograph then?
is that it? Where you're circling there with your cursor?
Well, that's the side window. I don't know that she's concerned about that because that really doesn't, that looks in their own yard. So this is just from another project of ours. So that is what we were thinking of, that in the back, that is all glazing, but that it would be all frosted because, the client doesn't want to look out on the fence anyway. But it's really nice for light because it's very dark back there. Of course.
So you're proposing to use some frosted obscured glass?
Just like that, yeah.
Frosted timber.
Okay, well, I'm fine with that
Me too.
if it's obscured. It's probably be better anyhow, because it's not like you're looking into a little courtyard of landscaping. Okay, so did we, is that the draft conditions? You made a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept the concept design study 25172 Munoz with the amendments that we've given to staff. And does staff have the details that you need?
I believe so. Yes.
Second.
So staff is, those are under the draft conditions?
Page,
What page are we on?
Exhibit A, page 14.
14.
Scrolling, we're doing this evening.
I'm having
Quite a bit.
I'm having a little trouble with my scrolling with this new format. You said page 14? Isn't that
14 of
right there?
40,
There's 14.
or 215 if you're looking at the whole packet.
I'm just looking at the resolution.
Yeah, those are the.
This is it. Okay, here we are, yeah. It's not listed under, it's just conditions of approval. Concept, it's not draft. Okay. So draft condition number 8 has been resolved with the redesign. Was there a draft condition?
In part supported by the commission. You're supporting the shed roof feature. So, and then the site wall is no longer proposed, so I'll amend that condition.
And then the other direction we're giving the architect was to create a connection with the garage to the,
Review the garage and
so that it is
residence for
subordinate.
subordination.
There's some type of, connection, so it's subordinate to the house. Okay?
Yes,
All right.
yes. We
Do I have a
have a
second?
motion and a second.
All right, okay. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
and Chair LePage.
Yes. We'll call, the motion is carried. Okay, thank you. All right, that brings us to item number 10 on the public hearings. This is another design study. This is DS 26081. This is P&T 2024 LLC, consideration of a concept design study for demolition of existing single-family residence and detached garage, construction of new 3,530 square foot residence, inclusive of a 529 square foot attached garage. Have staff report, please.
Thank you. I'll be presenting the P&T 2024 project. This is a 13,311 square foot irregularly shaped lot. There is 1,725 square feet of steep slope area, which you'll see there at the kind of the northwest corner of the property. So that steep slope area of slope greater than 30% does reduce the building area on this site to 11,586. There's an existing 1,232 square foot single-story residence and a 573 square foot detached garage. The proposed project proposes to demolish the garage and remodel the existing home to be a 3,530 square foot one-story residence with a new 529 square foot attached garage. This property is in several overlays. It's an R1 zone, but also the park overlay, the beach riparian overlay, and the archaeological significance overlay. So you can see here that the property is immediately adjacent to the Mission Trail Nature Preserve. And here is a detail of the topo map. And I know on site there were questions about where that property line is. You can see the wood fence where we were standing is just east of the property line. You'll also notice it's labeled ditch flow line. That is the little creek. On the left-hand side of your screen, you'll see the right-of-way easement. So as I described on site, this property is only accessed via that easement from 11th Avenue. So the property is currently developed with a 1960s era home. The Planning Commission is required to determine setbacks for properties that are either irregularly shaped or larger than 8,000 square feet, which this property is both. And we don't have a prior setbacks determination. So one of the main goals of this concept hearing is to have the Planning Commission approve setbacks for this property. In the table there, you'll see that the applicant is proposing the typical setbacks, 15-foot front setback, 3-foot side setbacks, but caveat, we'll talk about additional setbacks in a moment. For the rear, the setback is 15 feet or 3 feet for structures less than 15 feet. A composite setback, again, this is standard, 25% of the lot width at all points. Because of the overlays, there are additional setbacks to consider. The park overlay requires a 15-foot setback from the park. And then the ESHA setback, the environmentally sensitive habitat area, requires a 30-foot setback. So the proposed setbacks comply with these proposed, if the commission agrees. Except for, as you'll see in this next slide, the existing home slightly encroaches into that 30-foot ESHA setback. The applicant is proposing to demolish a portion of that encroaching residence, that hatched area. However, so this is proposing to be demolished, but this little triangle area is proposed to be maintained in place, and that is non-conforming as it's within this 30-foot zone between the creek, and here's where that 30-foot setback would fall. If the commission feels it's appropriate to keep that portion of the house non-conforming, otherwise the proposed project meets all the other setbacks here. The code does speak to, again, this environmentally sensitive habitat area. There's language about requiring any development to actually be 100 feet away. However, staff is able to make these findings that 100 feet would completely remove any development opportunities for this site. And so the 30-foot setback highlighted there is appropriate as it allows the principal use of the property, which is zoned R1. And if we were working with a 100-foot setback, that would not be possible. Here are photos of the Mission Trail Nature Preserve, which the purpose of the overlay is to ensure that any development on private property adjacent to the park is compatible and protects the park resources from any visual or physical impacts that might be associated with the development, and so that the parkland still serves to enhance public enjoyment of the park and, of course, the habitat. As we saw today on our walk, this project is visible from the park. However, implementation of landscaping could really serve to reduce or even eliminate the view impacts over time. As we saw today, the property immediately north of this one is nearly fully screened from that pathway in the park. And in time, landscaping between this proposed project and the pathway could produce the same effect. Of course, we're going to be looking closely at the landscape plan, but as this is simply the concept hearing, we're not getting into the details of the planting quite yet. The forester hasn't reviewed the proposed landscaping plan yet. But as our applicant mentioned on site, they're working with a biologist. They understand that invasives that exist now will be removed and any new plantings will be natives. So not only the park overlay, but the beach and riparian overlay, beach doesn't apply here, but riparian does, requires view protection and then citing any development so that it would not conflict with the recreational use, so mainly that walking path. So the staff does, of course, recommend restoring visual quality via new landscaping and tree planting, where either trees have been lost or did not exist previously. So this project is scheduled to go to the Forest and Beach Commission tomorrow. The Forest and Beach Commission will be evaluating the appropriate tree density for this site. And when we come back to you for final details, we'll talk more about trees and plants. The beach and riparian overlay also speaks to required design compatibility. There is more analysis in the staff report about the design guidelines, but in short, these are just draft suggestion conditions of approval to bring the project into compliance with the design guidelines. Specifically, the building form and footprint. As you can see, this is a highly irregularly shaped lot with a set access point. The access will be via that easement from 11th. So the applicant was considering practical vehicular access to a garage, and that is why you'll see the attached garage placed at an angle. So that's something the commission could consider is whether that is a successful design element. There are also, while it's generally a U-shaped home, there are a few projections that make it somewhat complex. And then as far as more detail items, the commission could weigh in on whether a combination of arched elements and more traditional flat-topped windows and doors is appropriate, or if it adds visual complexity. Additionally, there are design guidelines that speak to a consistent roof pitch throughout, and this home is proposing 3 different, although modest to the eye. There are different roof pitches proposed. And then lastly, just that human scale windows and doors again. Staff has heard previously from the commission that 6'8" is a human scale, and this project does propose taller windows and doors. I believe I have a schedule a couple slides later. Here's our roof pitches that you can see and the floor plan. And the applicant is here today to speak to kind of the design development of the proposal. We can always come back to this slide as well. And these are just some prior design development shots to show you that they have been working on how to simplify their footprint. Here are the elevations and photos of the story poles. I heard on site there was a question about tree number 4 proposed for removal. I did confirm with the forester that it has a fungus, and so he confirmed that it might look healthy, but it is not. So that tree is okay to remove. Otherwise, the proposed project will avoid the root zones of the significant trees, particularly a tree where they're going to do a bridge foundation, and the forester has offered preliminary approval of that plan. Here you can see the side elevations. And the south and north courtyard elevations. So those courtyard windows and doors are visible from the park as well, presently at least, without additional vegetation. And here are the proposed window and door heights and preliminary finished materials. If the commission wishes to comment on the driveway gate as well, that was not one of my draft conditions, but adding it here in case there are comments about that. And that concludes my presentation. I do recommend acceptance of the concept design. Thank you.
Can we just go back to the setback again? I just want to get this clear in my mind. Okay, so it's required to have a 30-foot riparian setback.
Yes.
Okay, and they're proposing to take some of the projection of the existing
Yes.
residents out of that.
Yes, but not all of it. This
So
portion.
the language in the ordinance, do we have that right here?
Yes.
In no case shall structures be allowed closer than 30 feet. So that's pretty cut and dry, isn't it? Okay. I just want to confirm that. The director has a comment?
I believe, and Ms. Wallace can correct me if I'm not right, but I believe in this case, what they're proposing is to maintain that non-conforming triangular piece, which would not be a new structure that's allowed. It would be the existing development. Similar to if they were to remodel the house, not touch any of the walls, they would be allowed to maintain that setback. Or the encroachment.
So typically if they're not doing any work to a non-conforming, it can exist.
Right, I believe that's.
So what you're saying is they're not doing any work to it, so therefore it's just a legal non-conforming, or it's an existing non-conformity with no substantial, I think the word was substantial, wasn't it? We dealt with that in another.
Alteration?
Yeah, substantial alteration to. That's not.
This is also a unique case where the planning commission this evening will be determining what the setbacks are. So you can increase the setback if you thought it was necessary. But there is not a staff recommendation to require that triangle be demolished or moved out.
Okay, so that's what staff is recommending, that triangle be removed.
that it could stay as
That it
legal,
could
as
stay.
non-conforming.
But they are working on that part of the house, right? I mean, are they gonna rebuild the roof structure?
The architect is clear on that corner would need to, the framing would need to remain to count as retain in place.
Okay, well, I'll ask the architect about that when we get to that. Okay, I just wanted to get some clarification there. Any other questions for staff?
Well, while you're on the subject of setbacks, I'm reading that actually, could you go back to the?
No, it's really hard to hear you.
Oh, sorry. My brothers never say that. Under B, riparian habitat setback adjustment, coastal development permit approval may include the reduction of a minimum riparian setback if the city first makes the findings required by subsection F2A. Is that what's above?
Yes, it is.
2A, permitted uses within the setback, limited to passive recreation, educational, interpretive facilities, utility lines, pipelines, drainage, flood control, bridges, pedestrian trails. Just wanted to add that. It, as usual, requires interpretation.
Okay, well, I'm sure we're gonna have more discussion about this, so. Okay, any more questions for staff? All right, I'm gonna invite the applicant, to come and make their presentation.
I don't have a presentation, but hello again. I'm Pierre. I'm the owner. I just have a few things to say. First, right on this little triangle, we can remove it if that's what you want. But the point was to. Oh, sorry. We can remove it if that's what you decide. The point was to keep the existing foundation, keep the existing wall, and kind of update from there. Not to move too many things and keep what we could. And another thing, just a little correction in your presentation. The house is 3,000 square feet plus a garage.
Can you move? Yeah, kind of.
Plus a garage of 500 feet. So it's not 3,500 plus 500. It's 3,500 inclusive of everything. There was also, so first, thank you, Catherine, for the work. We are prepared to work with most of the conditions that were discussed by Catherine. The one that we would ask this board to reconsider is number 9, is the one about the footprint and the building envelope. The request to create kind of a simpler building form, given everything that this design has already accommodated. Like we've gone through a lot of iterations. And we believe that that condition asks a little bit too much to us. We've already, you've understood that there are a lot of setbacks rules that have been applied to our project, so we've tried to take that into account. We've also accounted for neighbor feedback. Months ago, the neighbor Anna to the south, we chatted and she mentioned to me, please don't go up, don't do a 2-story house. But we did want to build a family home, so we had to play around with what you see here. We also moved the structure away from the park and from that riparian setback. And that's not ideal for us because we really wanted to use that space on the right side and create a wall between the courtyard and the park. We are also designing around all of the existing trees. And that's and including that bridge foundation is important to us, and we are very happy to do that. We are reusing the existing foundation and hopefully some of the walls. So that's something that is important to us, and it's very cost-effective for us to reuse the existing foundation of the existing house. And overall, we are reducing the site coverage, which sounds very counterintuitive, but there is so much asphalt right now, and so much pavers and so much garage, etc., that the new site coverage is actually smaller by 200 feet. So it's a pretty good thing in a way. All this to say that this is a more constrained site than it appears, and that's why when we just ask, we're very happy to be flexible on some of the conditions, but number 9, for us, if we could continue with this shape of a building, would be very important to us because it just makes sense for a family home. It really works for us. And we are working, as you said, as a biologist, to add some trees to create a bit of a buffer. Actually, I call it a buffer, but it's a complete screen. We are going to hide the house from the park. And then that's it. So thank you. That's all for me.
Okay, thank you. Was your architect going to?
She's online.
She's online, okay, all right. Does she want to go ahead and make her presentation there?
I don't think she has a presentation.
She doesn't have a presentation?
Hi, can you hear me?
There she is, yes, we can hear you, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Cindy Scarlett. Nice to meet you all. Pierre and I have been working on this property for 6 months now. Like he said, originally we thought it was going to be a easy house in Carmel, lots of space. Turns out there's a lot more constraints than we originally thought, but we've been working with Catherine to make sure the house meets our requirements plus the design requirements of Carmel. The setback, this is all like stuff we're working with. And still have a nice family home, a contemporary cottage is what we're looking for, natural materials. Working with a biologist to make sure the buffer between the park and the home, we have good screening. We're taking out all the invasive plants and gonna have nice screening, yet still have a home that feels human scale, comfortable, nice little courtyard. The house wraps around. So we've had the constraints with the trees. So we're working the footprint around that. So it doesn't look like a simple shape if you look at it from above or on floor plan. But we feel like we've really worked with all the constraints and made it the best house that can be for the site. And yes, we have to reframe part of where we're taking out the one block from the existing house. So that wall would have to be reframed. We could leave the existing footprint exactly as it is, if that would allow us to be within the riparian, but we're trying to like pull it back some. So yeah, we'd have to reframe a new wall right there. If that answers your question about the riparian setback. So we're hoping to have that small triangle be left as is so we can reuse the existing foundation. The garage is skewed because of the access. It's the only way to get in. So there is going to be that slight angle. But we're hoping that you are going to allow this design and concept at least, because we think it's a really good and nice design for the property.
Okay, any questions for the architect? All right, thank you. All right, members of the public who'd like to come up and address the planning commission regarding this application?
Hello, Joe Narvaez again. I had good things to say about the Mission Trail Park, which I love. But regarding this application, I'm here to speak in opposition to it because it's quite massive. 1,200 square foot house is being tripled into a 36 or 3,500 square foot house, and it just seems massive to be next to the Mission Trail Park. I'm sure there could be screening and trees put in, but it's gonna take years for that to grow. When you walk on the Sarah Trail, which is the main thoroughfare of the park, the orange netting is quite shocking. And I know there's not gonna be orange netting on the house, but the house will remain quite shocking. So I would propose, no more than doubling the size of 1,200 to 2,400, which would be a reasonable size for the house. And less obtrusive in the park, more in character with the neighborhood, and just a more reasonable size. I personally live in a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, which is 1,600 square feet with a sunroom. And it's hard to imagine what I would do with 3,000 square feet. That's a lot of house. And it's hard for me to imagine that size being in that place in the park, adjacent to the creek and the Sarah Trail. So I would just recommend a more reasonable size. Again, I mentioned doubling, it would be 2,400 square feet, which would be substantially less than the very large 3,500 square feet. So those are just my thoughts, especially regarding the park and the character of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Karen, come on up.
Hi. I live above this house, so I'm going to talk from two different angles. I saw there might be skylights, and the other night, all of a sudden, I was almost wakened up. There were so many lights on down there after being dark for a long time. So I think skylights might be a little intrusive up the hill to where I live. And all lighting should be down lighting, actually, anyway, in the park. There are a lot of windows, and the design of it makes it look, I think, bigger than it needs to be because of the courtyard and the way it winds around. And I didn't take a really good look at how much they're working around existing trees, which could be the complication there. But now I'm going to talk from the point of view of Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve and the park itself. When I saw the orange netting go up, I was both relieved that it looked one story, but I was also shocked by how large it looks from the preserve. That house just north of it is a very large house, but as you saw today, it disappears into the park. This would be the second house, other than when you get up, clear up to Crespi, but this would be the second house in the lower park area that is so visible from Sarah Trail. So I think the sensitivity to really understanding that this drainage that's along there is also going to be part of the city drainage projects in the future. Not immediate, but there will be drainage projects going on both sides of those properties, hopefully within the next 10 years. When you look today and you saw the amount of invasive species down there, this is something that our volunteer group has been working on for years. And there is so much ivy down there on both sides, both on the park side, the preserve side, and the private side. We, as Friends of Mission Trail, would work with the applicant to do as much possible as we could on the preserve side to remove a lot of that ivy and those invasives all the way down to the bridge area, if possible, and improve that along with what, so it didn't interfere with anything the city was going to do on the drainage, but it would improve that by removing a lot of that. There's Cape ivy, German ivy, lots of hemlock. Hemlock is poisonous and it spills seeds all over and spreads from private property onto the park. So we would offer to work with the applicant to make some good choices along there too, as far as screening, which I think would be great if the applicant would also work with us to help make sure that those invasives on their side of the fence were removed, and not just removed once because they come back. It's a never-ending process of constantly removing it. I did see, and I know you just mentioned that we're not dealing with the landscape plan right now, but I saw 3 or 4 deodar cedars on that plan, and I know the biologist is trying to do a good job, but there are no other deodar cedars in Mission Trail, and I know every inch of that. Redwoods would be a lot more, would be better in that riparian area as the neighbor to the north planted redwoods. And more redwoods are being planted all the way up the park. They started out, they were just in the Barney Loyola Commemorative Grove, but now they are up by 2 forks and they can go right on up that drainage because redwoods need 40 to 50 inches of rain a year, and when there's so much groundwater there in the preserve, they would do really, really well. Also, willows, toyon, coffeeberry, taller trees along the park side. The landscape plan that's there now is more shrubs and bushes. So things that would grow tall and bring the house into scale would be helpful, because bigger houses become smaller looking when there are tall trees by them. Mission Trail Park is also one of the places where the Monterey pine can flourish because people aren't afraid of it falling down on them in their homes. So I would encourage that, and especially the removal of all those invasives in that drainage would be a terrific improvement. If the house could be a little more condensed, it might not look as big, but if they are working around a lot of the oak trees that are healthy, that's one of the reasons. But anything we can do to bring the house into scale, control the lighting, because people do walk in the park in the evening as well, so the lighting should be sensitive to that. We want the preserve to remain as a place that's a little bit away. You go down there and you get a little bit away. You're away from the traffic, you're away from cars and noise, and it's pretty special. So whatever goes in there as park overlay and riparian overlay should be foremost sensitive to that area of Sarah Trail. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, anyone else in the chamber? I don't see, you want to respond to?
To my neighbor. Yes, I think it's a great idea. And we could even plant those big redwood during construction. Like, not wait too long, so that during construction, there is a screen and people from the park don't see like construction for a year with everything. So we could like anticipate that. And yes, for the IV, we can remove the skylights as well. That's easy. And we can, every light will be dark sky because it's Carmel. So yes, I think, yes.
Okay, Shelby, is there anybody online?
No, sir.
Okay, so you've made your follow-up comments, so we'll just leave it at that at this point. I'm going to close the public hearing, open up the commissioners. Commissioner Ahlborn, you want to begin?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Our skylights have evening screening anyway, so is that not true?
We do condition all projects now to have the automatic
Yeah.
shades.
So you'll be able to keep your skylights, but there's a variety that closes, they're light sensitive. So that should work. Condition of approval 9, building form and footprint. I agree, I think it could be a little bit simpler in the building form. I'm okay with the garage angle because I just don't know that there's any other sensible and safe way to put a garage on that site. Condition of approval 11 involving the roof pitches. I would like to see fewer variety of roof pitches in the final design. For condition of approval 12 with the door heights, you know, we've got some traditional looking architecture there, and I think we can probably bring those down you know, closer to what we have standard for human scale for those door heights. You've got 2 conditions of approval sort of related to the landscaping, 2 and 5. And I'm so glad that Ms. Ferlito spoke and that our owner spoke. I think this is a great opportunity. We have a property that's in how many zones? It's R1 plus beach and riparian, plus park, plus Isha, plus archaeological. You know, this is a very special piece of land in Carmel. And it's adjacent to the Mission Trail Nature Preserve. And it's a fabulous opportunity to partner between the property owner and the Friends of Mission Trail for education, right? For removal and maintenance of some of those invasives. I love the idea, I even made a note, I love the idea of a landscape plan that includes planting some of that screening early, if that makes sense for the construction plan. I love that. But I do have a question in that last slide. Was there a photo of a driveway gate with 2 massive stone pilasters? Could we look at that again?
Absolutely.
And
It
how
came
would
in
that
just kind of at the
even
last moment.
work
We don't usually support metal driveway gates, so a staff condition at final details would have been a 4-foot high wood driveway gate.
Yes, and this is something we would see at final, right, not a concept?
We can discuss it all at this hearing, just so the applicant could revise if required.
Yeah, I don't love it, so.
my turn.
Okay, are you, Commissioner Locke?
She just passed it on to me here. I agree with your comments. Thank you, Commissioner Ahlborn. I think that simplifying it would help, particularly the arches, have kind of, I think those should be taken out a little bit. The windows that are on the south elevation the large windows appear to be higher than the other windows, but they also go up into under the eave area. And to me, that just, it looks off. And so maybe drop those, or consistency wise. Agree with the roof pitch comment. The garage angle, I agree, that's fine. Would like to see the project as built out of the riparian setback. And I think I would agree with the staff recommendation on the driveway gate that it would be a wood gate. And in this case, I think it's appropriate that there is a gate just because it is in this park area where people are walking, and I think they need to have that little notice that this is private property at that point. And I think that's really all I have.
Okay, I'm pretty much in agreement with Commissioner Locke and Ahlborn's comments. I think because it's so, that riparian setback is so important here that you need to maintain that. So what do you have to do to make that, meet that requirement? I think you need to do that. It is, I think the only way to mitigate the views from the park, which are very important, is with some trees. And redwood's a good choice there. It's a very good choice. And I mean, they grow fast. It's in an area where there's going to be a lot of groundwater. And so I think redwoods, within 20 years, you could have, 150, 200 foot redwoods there. And they will grow rather quickly. So that's a good way to mitigate those visual impacts. As staff spoke about the consistency of the design, the arches, the front elevations really need to be more consistent in terms of their design. As Commissioner Locke just said, you've got different heights of windows, you've got different types of windows going on here. You need to practice just some good design elements, getting things to line up, getting consistency. You've got, this sort of, stepped window design on the gable end. Over here on this other gable end, you've got stone and little narrow windows. And then that shed roof element is the tops of the windows don't line up with anything, and they make it look more massive. So I think if you can work within the same design elements you have there, just get things lined up, get some consistency. The arch element, staff had an issue with that. I don't necessarily have an issue with the arches on the garage or even the entry. It's just that there again, they don't line up. The arch looks like it's too high. It's too close up to the roof. Structurally, from a builder's point of view, it just doesn't look like it would support that. So just, reworking that. I think your overall design is fine. You just need to kind of tighten it up in terms of getting things to line up and be consistent. Types of windows, arches, heights, things like that. I know the house is higher than the garage, so there's a step up there. So, but you just that needs to be tightened up. Was there any other? I think that was pretty much it. So,
I have a question.
Come up if you want to ask a question.
Can we go back to the plan where we see the setback? So you mentioned that one of the conditions that I need to meet is to remove the part of the existing building. So find a way to remove that triangle. So
you need to rework your design so that you're not in the setback, the riparian setback.
Okay. Would you prefer that I do a straight line?
It's your
Or that I do
choice.
like a
You just,
little,
I don't care if you're at an angle, just you're not in the setback. As long as you're not in the setback, you can do it. You can, if you cut the roof there, you're gonna end up with a different, shape in the,
okay.
above there, but I'll leave that design up to you. It's just meet the setback.
And is a setback, could we do that bridge foundation that we do around the tree? Does that apply to no, that does not. We can't just,
Yeah, that's just for
okay,
roots.
so we'll do some type of cutout and we'll make it work. Okay, thank you.
All right, okay, so.
I think the applicant was, when he was talking about a straight line, earlier on in the process, they were considering kind of building the house wall along that 30-foot setback. And staff did identify that there's a design guideline that speaks to uninterrupted lengths of wall. And so that's why we kind of went the U-shaped direction. How would the commission feel about more of an uninterrupted building wall along the setback line?
So you're saying more massing along the building line?
Yes.
No, they just want articulation of setbacks along property lines. Isn't that what you're referring to, Catherine? You don't want long, continuous, I mean, typically we try to avoid that because we don't want that tunneling effect. And then that's why we have, the composite setback requirement. This is a little different. For me, I think the riparian setback is very important here because it's right up against the park. And so, that's my, I think it just needs to meet that particular setback. That, we don't really have a tunneling effect here. So I'm not really that concerned about, the length of that particular section of the building. I don't know how the other commissioners feel about it.
No, I think if I understood correctly, you were asking, rather than having the courtyard, if you were just to go.
Like to fill in the courtyard.
To fill in the courtyard with more construction. And I think that would appear very massive from the park area, and so I would not be supportive of that.
But that train has left the station. I think we are. So I will propose next time a cutout of that triangle. No, I mean.
Yeah, I wouldn't, recommend filling in the courtyard. That just make more linear mass. And the courtyard's a nice feature for you. It's nice to have the house wrap around it. That way you have a focal point. The house can look into that courtyard. It's just, you can meet that setback a number of ways. I mean, you could, where it intersects the house, you could go at a 90-degree and then cut back, or you could go diagonally. It's your choice, however you want to design it. Just design it so you're not in the setback. Okay. Here I am in scroll mode again, trying to figure out where. One of the consequences I can see of this director is you got very long
It's page.
resolutions.
It's page
And
19.
they're kind of at different scales. You have the plan scale, then you go down
Yes.
to the.
So you're looking for page 18 and 19 of 31.
Yeah, I'm on 18.
Excellent, you got
I'm-
it.
I'm getting better at this. So, we got the we're gonna be waiting on a landscape plan.
Right.
That's gonna be forthcoming.
It's just bridge foundation, building footprint, and
You talked about number 5, you got the vegetation screen, and you'll address that in your landscape plan.
Chair?
Setbacks, number 7, did we resolve that?
yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we're good.
The 30-foot.
But that can stay in there?
Yeah.
Bridge foundation, that's okay, building form. I'm not really sure, what about the simpler?
I think that's in there what about 9? What does 9 say? A building.
Yeah, it's in
form and
there.
Footprint.
Yeah.
Revised to feature simpler building form. And the architect, I mean, they can work.
Roof
on
pitch
that.
All right,
and
you can
human
work with
scale, it's
that.
all there.
I think for concept, I think.
Number 10, I don't think you need to eliminate the arch elements, I just think you need to rework that front entry so that things make sense. I think, and I don't think it's just the arches, I think it's the windows, window heights, different types of windows.
Materials.
You need to get some more symmetry in there, so it all kind of ties together.
Do you
We're
want?
not going to, the different roof pitches, I don't know why you have a 6 and 12 and a 5 and 12. I understand the 3 and 12 because that's a shed roof element. But I don't know what the thinking was for those two different pitches. I would, if it was me, I'd just go for the 5 and 12. That'll bring it down a little bit, keep it consistent. That would be my direction. And then the human scale on the windows, we kind of talked about that as far as the size of the windows. I think a 7-foot entry door is appropriate for this type of architecture. Anything else?
Chair, did you want to eliminate and strike condition of approval 10 that says omit arched elements?
That's what I'm suggesting, but I'm just putting it out there.
Commissioner Locke?
I'm okay with that.
I think I want to give you enough
Yes.
flexibility
They can
to
do it.
redesign that entryway, and I think obviously you like some of those elements, those arched elements. So just take those and work it a little better.
Are we striking 9?
Come up to the podium.
No.
Are we striking number 9?
10.
No, but, okay, but the number 9.
For the simplification?
Simpler.
Because
we're
I'm
gonna-
going to, we are going to work on the roof pitch, on the windows, on some of the size of the doors and the garage.
Yeah,
But then the overall footprint, are we,
Well, the
I
windows are part
think
of the
it's just more of a building form issue.
okay,
You're gonna have to redo that one side for the riparian setbacks, so that's gonna be a little bit of the footprint, so we'll just see what you come back with.
okay, thank you.
You've got some design work to do.
Okay.
All right?
And Chair, condition of approval 12, did you want to amend the height? That's listing
Yeah, I
6,
just make
8.
it 7 foot.
Do you want to amend that to 7?
Yeah, just make it 7 foot.
So then I will attempt
Okay.
to move that we accept the concept study for design study 26081, striking condition of approval as staff recommends, with the addition of striking condition of approval 10, omitting arched elements, and amending condition of approval 12 to state door heights at 7 feet.
I will second your motion.
Okay, any more discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, motion is carried. Thank you. You want to take a recess? Okay, we are going to take a recess and we will reconvene at 7:15. Okay, everybody ready? Okay, we will reconvene the meeting. Can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Here.
Commissioner Locke?
Here.
And Chair LePage?
Here. Okay, I should have got organized here. So we're on the Newman project. This is design study DS 2613.
Thank you, Chair. The Newman project is a revision project. The Planning Commission approved the demolition of 2 residences and construction of 1 new residence back in 2024. And here you can see the former 2 homes and the approved residence. The revision request is to revise the approved wood railing on the attached garage and at the front entry landing to use glass railings instead, glass with metal supports. Here in the highlight areas, you can see where the wood railings were proposed. And here are the proposed glass railings instead. You can see at the front entry landing, just 2 panels of glass with then an open metal handrail. And then at the deck above the attached garage, all glass with metal supports. Here's a comparison between what was approved and what is now proposed. And here's our neighborhood context. This is the east block face, and then the next slide is the west block face. Staff did do a field survey and didn't find other examples of glass railings on the subject block, which is primarily traditional in character, use of wood, stucco. So in the staff analysis, I did cite the residential design guidelines. Although we don't have an explicit reference to railing material, there is language about using natural building materials. And then in the description of kind of the construction chronology of Carmel, it says that wood is the dominant material for both house siding and also ornamentation and trim elements. And the tradition of using natural materials like wood and stone should be continued. Additionally, the guidelines say that the execution of design details can substantially affect the perceived character of a project, including its compatibility within the neighborhood context. The staff recommendation is that the use of glass and metal in lieu of wood does result in a more complex and less modest design, considering that the project features stone, stucco, and a faux wood shingle roof. So overall, it's a traditional aesthetic. As I mentioned here, the materials as well as the arched transom window elements all contribute to that traditional character. And glass railings are more typically seen as part of modern designs. And on scenic road particularly, there are numerous examples, but this subject block is more traditional in character. So not only is the proposed design inconsistent with the style of the home, but also the character of the block. And that concludes my presentation. The staff recommendation is to deny the revision request. Thank you.
Questions for staff? Okay, all right. The architect would like to come forward and make their presentation.
Good evening, Commissioners. Frank Goldrin, representing Jeff and Noel Newman. Good to see you. Been a while. Hi, Stephanie. Hello, Ms. LePage. Thank you, Catherine, for that succinct little presentation. One could certainly argue that the glass we are proposing is a more contemporary approach. A couple of things I'd observe is, one, I think the house is a new house, right? It is absolutely brand new, and yes, it is traditionally styled, but you see the mixing and matching of old and new all the time, right? You see it in lighting constantly, right? Modern lights in traditional homes, you see very traditional lighting, chandeliers in very contemporary homes, both externally and internally. I know outside lights here in Carmel have their own special issues to be looked at. You see it in landscaping, you see it in hardware, you see it in a lot of things where contemporary does meld and blend quite successfully with the traditional, and sometimes can be helpful because it sort of wakes the project up, it sort of acknowledges the era and the epoch in which it's actually been constructed, and I think it actually can be a very, very appropriate use. Another observation would be that the examples she showed were of other railings in the community in the immediate neighborhood were projecting balconies. They were sort of out there, right? I've done a new rendering, sort of comparing the old and the new, right? So you see in the upper corner there the one you already saw, and then you see the lower one, the bigger one, which is what we're proposing with the glass. What's significant is our glass really is sort of a receding element within that stone box, right? The stone corners that anchor the mass of that garage element, which also creates that second story or that upper level deck area, is sort of framed and articulated by those monumental stone piers that sort of frame every corner. At the front door, it's a little bit different with the two panels coming out, but that's actually hidden behind an oak tree. I've sort of underdrawn the oak tree because I want you to see what we're actually proposing. But again, that is sort of a receding element. So our thought is that it's really not sort of this piece which is sort of slamming out a cantilevered element or stuck up on posts, but it is sort of internalized to the structure itself. It's almost more akin to a pane of glass or a window that you might have that's integrated with the skin of the building as opposed to sort of an element that projects forward. And then from a practical standpoint, of course, our interests are getting rid of the cap rail. We do have that internal living room there. When you're sitting down now with the new requirement, not new, it's 10 years old, but the 42-inch high railing, it obscures a lot of the view out. We do have a beautiful little pocket view towards the water. We would like to celebrate that and maintain that. And the other thing that we didn't realize until we were actually out there is that it is a windy spot, and the glass provides a much better way of ameliorating that wind sort of blowing through. It sort of warms up that whole spot. We do have a lot of trees, we have a lot of shade in that area, so anything that can be done to kind of make that a more salubrious, pleasant environment is something we're interested in doing. I guess I've run on enough. If you have any questions, I'd love to try to answer them.
Yeah.
Sorry, may I?
Go ahead.
One thing that wasn't necessarily clear in the original submittal is we also, the metal elements we would like to have a black powder finish, so they would be more akin to a metal rail, even though it is, again, mostly glass, but again, it wouldn't be a stainless steel, it would be a black, trying to sort of tone down that modern reflectivity that sometimes is associated with
the metal rail? The handrail? Going up the stairs?
The actual verticals.
Oh, okay.
They would be
On
black metal.
Okay. So I just want to be clear. So the reason why you want to have this, regardless of your arguments of why it works, is because there's an ocean view there that you want to see when you're sitting in the living room? Is that the motivation?
Yeah, that's one of the two motivations. The other one, honestly, is that the owner who, she's here with me tonight, so I can say this in front of her, she wanted a very traditional house when she started, but she's become more and more enamored of these houses that actually mix and match stylistically a little bit. So some of the lighting that we have going inside the house is a lot more contemporary, right? So she's enjoying this sort of notion of a transitional type architecture. Very traditional based in terms of massing, modularity, rhythm, and a lot of the detailing, but a little bit of that contemporary element is also an aesthetic desire, and we were, excited and, to pursue that with her. But the other, you were correct. The other is that it improves the view considerably to not have that lattice work at seating height.
So the design that you're proposing with the glass, does it have a metal rail on top of the glass?
It has no top rail.
It's just no top rail. It's just pieces of glass mounted between vertical balusters.
Exactly. On that main frontal zone, there's 4 vertical black metal balusters and then just panes of glass.
And there's a bottom horizontal rail?
No, it lifts its skirts slightly so it floats a little bit. There's a couple inches between the glass and the deck below.
Oh, kind of look like a dark line there at the bottom.
It's probably clearer on my drawing, but again, that's not an officially part of the package that we submitted.
Oh, so there's space?
A little bit, a couple inches at the bottom.
Okay. But there's no bottom rail?
No bottom rail,
No top or bottom?
no top and bottom rail. But again, we thought might be able to get away with it based on the heavy stone that kind of anchors it on the corners.
Okay, all right. Any other questions? Thanks, Craig.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else in the public would like to address the planning commission regarding this application? Anybody online, Shelby?
No, sir.
Okay, close the public comments, bring it back to commissioners. Commissioner Locke, you want to kick it off?
Sure. I think that I would support the staff recommendation, but I also, and I mentioned this earlier, just a walk down along the scenic path over the weekend and looking up and noticing a lot of glass paneled, same thing, rails that have been installed that I know have not come before the planning commission. And we are currently in the process of revising the design guidelines. And so if this type of thing is going to be occurring and we're not fairly enforcing, getting people to come before us or looking at the context of how these glass rails are going in, I think that's kind of a problem. Looking at this house, to me, yes, this is traditional. Yes, it looks better with the wood railing. I certainly understand why the owner would want to change that, and so I can understand all of that, but I also understand what the design guidelines currently say, and so I could not, for that reason, support a change without having to address this on a greater scale, and I guess that's my comment.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
I respect and understand staff's recommendation to deny this request for the glass. If the discretion is mine to make, I would vote to approve the request for glass. We saw several pictures of other properties along the street. There were several varieties of wood railings. There's plenty of representation for that. I think this is a beautiful traditional home. It has been built absolutely to classic Carmel styling. I happen to love the idea of adding a visual element that anchors it today rather than 20 or 30 years ago. So if the discretion is mine, I would vote to approve this. With all respect to staff, I understand that the way that she derived her recommendation.
Okay, this is what I think you should do. I understand you want a glass railing because you want to see your view, and I respect that. I mean, views are a big deal in this community, and we don't, property owners don't own the view, but I kind of feel like because many times we don't always give people what they want on the views, that we ought to help people get the view when we can. So what I suggest you do is make a glass design that has a top and a bottom rail. It's going to look more traditional. And just, don't make it so contemporary looking. That's, you're still going to have a little bit of a horizontal line in your view, but believe me, you won't even see it with all that glass there. So I think that's the solution. That way you want to bring, you're talking about eclecticism when you talk about mixing, and the reality is this is a really traditional house from the outside. And it was a beautiful rendering, and the execution of it today I saw is it's really looking beautiful. It really is. And Craig, you do a great job on these traditional designs, and you do a beautiful job on your, eclectic ones. And I mentioned the My Rose's house. That's sort of an eclectic design. That I've been up to that house like a dozen times. It's turning out great because I know them really well, and so I've just been going up there. But it's But that is a house that has modern elements and traditional elements in it. And this one, not so much, but you want to introduce a kind of a modern element or use of material here, but just make it look a little more traditional. Come on up.
I think we could make that work. Would Ms. Locke be amenable to that as well? Or is this something where we could work directly with staff and avoid coming back to you to?
Well, it's pretty simple. All I'm saying is just get a top and bottom rail.
Which,
you know, that's pretty much, you know, what you got to come up with. It'd be nice if you got one that, rather than just being a square extrusion, if you can, I know they have some, they have some curved ones. You just, if you got that on the top, the bottom doesn't have to be curved, obviously, but that would make it, that would be a good compromise, I think, to get what you want. That's why I asked, you know, what do you want here?
Yeah.
Because you want to get the view. And then that would tie it into the traditional architecture. And then the same, and then on the metal rail that's coming down the stairs, because it's curved, you know, you could just use, you know, one of those standard extrusions, you know, it's got a little traditional element to it, you know. You're not going to have any balusters, or is that glass? It's not glass. You can't curve it.
Yeah, this is a little misleading, this older drawing. There's that tree in the fork coming out of that well, and we get to within the 30-inch drop from the stair height to the planter. So we actually don't need any more guardrail beyond those first two panels up there, and then just the handrail will suffice.
Oh, you just need a handrail.
Code.
Yeah, yeah, just a nice traditional handrail,
Yeah,
powder
but
coated,
with
you
that
know.
sort of,
a nice powder coat finish.
I think it would work well.
What color, what, are the windows extruded, or clad?
They're clad. They're kind of a darkish to putty brown. Yeah.
Well, I was just gonna say, if you could match the powder coating to the windows, it might tie it all together.
Okay, that sounds, yeah, great.
All right, okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So, once again.
Excuse me.
Find the resolution.
Chair LePage?
Go ahead.
So the resolution that you all have before you today or tonight is a resolution
To deny.
for denial. But based off of the conversation that you just had with the applicant, one of the potential motions you could make would be to provide the direction that you did and remand the approval back to staff. And then as so long as the design is modified per your direction, staff will be able to.
So we're gonna let staff handle it?
Instead of
So what, we're not,
bringing it back.
So they wouldn't come back.
so what was it, we're gonna deny the motion?
No, we would remand the.
Remand it back to
Yes,
staff.
remand the.
With the direction.
Application back to staff. with
Make a motion to
direction.
remand it back to staff with the direction given
Yes,
at this meeting.
so moved.
All right, I'll make a motion that we remand it back to staff with the direction given from the planning commission, which would be to have a top and bottom rail on the glass railings, and to try to use a powder coat color that matches the cladding on the
And with the
windows.
separation that they've already proposed on this.
Correct.
So,
Okay,
second,
all right, can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Ahlborn,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
yes.
and Chair LePage.
Okay, thank you. Motion carried.
Is it a yes vote?
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry. I was thinking yes. All right. That gets us to. So now we are on number 12, correct? Yes, sir. What they've been patiently sitting here waiting for? Okay, so this is DS 26146, Golden Mean LLC. It's a Track 1 design referral for request to amend the conditions of approval with previous Track 2 design. Have staff report, please.
Thank you, Chair LePage. So a project was previously approved by the Planning Commission in May of 2024. This was for a new house. As part of the approval, as part of that project, the applicant had proposed a wood fence with stone pillars At the time of that approval, the Planning Commission was not supportive of the stone columns proposed along with the fence. The commission specifically previously found that stone columns combined with a simple wood fence is not in keeping with the forest character, and as such, condition of approval number 34 required the removal of said pillars. Building permit was ultimately issued in September of 2024 with condition of approval 34 being applied to that project. That stated in part, the pillars along the front fence line shall be eliminated from the project. The 2 pillars used to support the pedestrian entry may remain. The project was approved with that condition being enforced. Additionally, there are other conditions of approval that describe how you go about requesting changes to a project. The first of the 2 applicable conditions being number 10, saying that any revisions need to be requested on a form that is retained by the planning division, and then that when changes or modifications to a project are proposed, the applicant shall clearly list and highlight each proposed change and bring each change to the city's attention. Changes to the project incorporated into the construction drawings that are not clearly listed or identified as a proposed change shall not be considered as an approved change. Should conflicts exist between the originally approved project plans and the issued construction drawings that were not explicitly identified as a proposed change, the plans approved as part of the planning department review, including any conditions of approval, shall prevail. So this project had 2 revisions. There were changes identified on that sheet that I referenced in condition of approval number 10. However, as part of the submittal, those pillars that were originally required to be omitted in condition of approval number 34 were included in that submission, as well as a subsequent permit revision number 2. The applicant has stated that due to a drafting error and failed oversight, the columns were installed. However, since that initial approval, the Planning Commission has reconsidered their position on pillars on other projects, and that subject feature should be considered based on the appropriateness of the design and context of the site rather than just a blanket prohibition. So with that, staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt a resolution as described on the screen. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions for staff? All right, thank you. Okay, the applicant would like to come up and make their presentation.
Thank you, staff and commissioners. Again, Alan Lehman. I am the designer for the project as well as the general contractor. So about 12 years ago, I think it was, and I think Chair LePage, I think you were on the commission then, I made a pretty significant error in judgment on a project, and had talked to staff several times about a change on that project. It was under construction, and we went from wood siding and proposed stucco. And staff had, at that time in conversations, I misinterpreted how much of a go-ahead I had. And we started to put up stucco wire. And then I applied for the revision. And that revision was not approved. I had made an error in overstepping my bounds. And since that time, I have been a stickler with all of my clients, all my design clients, that every time they request a revision, I say, stop everything. We're going to get approval. That's not the way it's done. We need to approach this carefully because this might not get approved. And so I'm overly cautious. This particular error on my part was not an attempt to overstep the Planning Commission's original conditions. This was the version of plan that I reopened on the revision, had the fence, and it completely got lost in my train of thought that that was in the planning conditions that I was printing on those sets. So I am not coming to you with anything but humility in acknowledging my error. And with that, I immediately upon having started this conversation with Evan, was like, I am probably going to be tearing this down. But Evan suggested that based on the change in attitude towards this type of design, that maybe there was a pathway. And so that's what I'm here applying for, that pathway. And in the interest of, I still feel from that original design, it's a pleasant aesthetic. It helps to ground the front of the house, and the fence is set back 4 feet from the property line. So there's a great amount of area there for plantings to help soften the look of the fence over time. Also in the interest of our neighbors on this street, they've endured 14 months of trucks, noise, deliveries, and things like that. And I'm sure they would appreciate to not have a new construction project start up again. But I'm hopeful it is acceptable as is. And so I make the, humble request to stop construction there on the project.
Okay, thanks, Al.
I have a question.
Oh, got a question for you.
Yes.
How difficult would it be to remove those columns and replace them with the grape stakes? I mean, that can be done, I would think, fairly easily.
Sure, we would be spending a couple of days with a jackhammer out front and remove those. The fence as it exists would probably get taken out because the new locations of the posts would not be at the same location. They would need to get offset in order to not fully excavate along there and disturb more tree roots. So that's a part of the equation. So anything's possible to do there construction-wise. Yes, it would probably be about 2 weeks of work in the rework there to make that happen. All told.
Okay, all right, any other questions? All right. Well, why don't you come up and just make your comments? We certainly have time for that.
I'm still Gail Lehman.
Still?
Yeah. Alan and I are partners. We always have been. We've done this for about 21 years now. He was so embarrassed when he told me, and I really felt so badly for him. However, at this point in time, the house is on the market. If we have to pull it off for 2 weeks and start demolishing things, it really will just hurt us, financially. And we'll have to pull it off the market too, because we can't have people looking at the house when there's construction going on. It's a brand new house. The neighbors have really had to put up with a lot, mostly because we had a virgin lot. So we had to bring water in for the lot. We had a 100-foot trench on that street across from our house, because that's where the connection had to be. And it was a couple of weeks of massive heavy equipment that shut down the street. And I really hate to do that again to people. It's just really a bummer. And the dust from jackhammering all that stone out, is really extraordinary. So I hope you can forgive us. Thanks.
All right. Go,
Yeah,
you
you
had a
have a
question? Go ahead.
question?
So, as both local owners of the property and developing the property, why weren't you aware that these were being constructed? I mean, you clearly would know what the conditions of approval were, and how did the contractor continue to build without anybody realizing that this, I mean, I'm struggling to figure out, how did that happen?
That we're on the drawings, and that's what Alan was trying to explain. When he reran the drawings for construction, they've never been taken off the drawings. So our stonemason just did what was on the drawings. And they looked so normal there. And we think they, you know, just, if you leave just the two at the entry, which were approved by you, I think they're just two columns at the entry. This has some architectural meaning, that the repetition of the columns, and it's not a massive stone fence, but it's meant to be. It looks right. And I'm not saying that we were, you know, there was an error, you know, that they never got taken off the drawing, and that's how they got built.
So can I ask one last question here? The building plans that were approved, did they have the columns on it? And that's a staff, actually more of a staff question. And would you have required plans that showed what the planning commission had required?
So the plans on the screen are the original stamped approved plans.
Not on there.
Okay,
And
thank you.
they have the two columns, but all the other columns have been omitted.
And that was a rendering, but not on the actual drawings.
They're also removed from the site plan.
Are they? You know, we've had tremendous financial hardship on this project because it took 14 months to get an approval of a very simple craftsman house. And that's kind of tough. And, you know, because money is dormant from the point that we bought the land until we can at least start construction. So you know, I've gone over this with Chip so many times that the important thing is when these houses are built for speculation and they're sold, there's a massive influx to the city in property tax that the next people pay because the price rise is so vast, especially nowadays. There's such a big chunk. And, you know, it's pretty crazy. And I know Chris Tasha feels the same way. To keep this slowdown going on people's permits. And, you know, I don't understand it because the city is just hurting itself. And I live in the city, you know, so I want the money to flow back into the city. So at any rate, that's where I am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, come on up.
So in regards to the building plans, at the time that the fence went in, that's when, at that point in the revisions, as Evan showed, the columns had reappeared on the drawings. And again, my error, and it was not a mason taking charge of the drawings, it was me directing that construction. So, I mean, the error is on me. I'm not trying to cast blame somewhere else, so that's all.
Okay, I assume nobody else wants to come up and speak to us about this here, shaking her head. Anybody, any hands up online, Shelby? Okay, we haven't had a lot of takers online today. Okay, I'm gonna close the public comments, open it back up to the commissioners. Who would like to begin? Paper, rock, scissors, what? I'm gonna let Commissioner Locke start because she had some opinion. Oh, you don't want to start? All right, Commissioner Ahlborn.
Right.
Or I'll start.
Okay,
I'm gonna start.
You go.
Well, first of all, let me say, staff is recommending approval. So, I mean, I think that says a lot. I appreciate the mea culpa from you guys. And I do remember that other project, Alan. That was a bad one. And I'm a little shocked that you're kind of, here you are again, But stuff happens, I get it. And I think, we had another project a couple months ago about some stone columns, and I was pretty strong saying that, we've got stone columns all over town. As long as you have an open fence design, I don't think stone columns are violating the open fence design as long as they're 4 feet tall. And there was 2 stone columns already approved on this project. So whether there's a couple more on the fence line, I think it just doesn't really make a lot of sense. And staff, I know staff is worried though about creating a precedent. And, if I thought there was malicious intent here or these weren't supported by the guidelines, I mean, I'd vote to tear them out in a minute. But that's just not the case here. So that's kind of where I am on it. Staff has made the findings and they've made the points about not setting a precedent. And I think the staff report has been excellent and covered all the issues.
I've been on the commission now about a year. And yes, we have precedent, and no, we don't. I mean, because so frequently we need to interpret the guidelines and the code as they specifically apply to a particular project. You all know I am not fond of approving something retroactively. That I feel that we have design guidelines and we have a code in order to follow that. However, stuff happens. Stuff definitely happens, and it happened in this project. To look at this image that we have on the screen, not knowing that those additional stone columns were not approved, what has been built here does not reveal that. It has a beautiful proportion and integration between the fence, the stone, the craftsman design. I will not approve those stone columns retroactively. However, I will agree with staff that I think that we should say yes to this modification in this particular case.
Okay. So, sorry to give you guys such a bad time on this stuff, but I also think this is a problem that staff didn't notice that there was a change on the plans. So, you had approved plans that showed there were no columns and then 2 revisions that had the stone columns. Yeah, I'm just kind of up in the air on this. I really don't, I think we had approved something, there were conditions of approval. So I don't have any further comments.
Okay, so go ahead, yeah, go ahead.
I'll venture a motion, sir.
Sure, go ahead, make a motion.
I would move that.
Well, we have a motion, don't we, from staff?
We do. Well, we have a.
You want to modify it?
We have no, I would move that we accept staff recommendation for DS 26146, amending the COA for 2024-33 PC, and granting the use of these stone columns.
Okay, I'll second that. Any further discussion? You wanna? Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, motion carries. Okay, thank you. All right, brings us to the finale. This is item number 13, public hearings, the design study DS 25363, the Mardani, consideration of track one design study referral for addition of 156 square foot front staircase and entry deck and associated site improvements on a single family residence. Staff report, please.
Hello again, Commissioners. As stated, we will be reviewing the Track 1 Design Study Referral, DS 25363, Mardani. Project description and background. This is a 2,500 square foot lot. The applicant is proposing to add a front deck, some landscaping, and to rearrange the site coverage, all within the maximum allowed site coverage with the permeability bonus. So that would be 347 square feet of site coverage. In addition, they're proposing a retaining wall and drainage basin at the front of their property and some slightly expanded front entry columns with a stone veneer. Here's just some arrows calling out the different locations of the planters, the front deck and staircase, the draining wall and, or the retaining wall and drainage pit, and the front columns. Here's some of the proposed materials for the new features. The fence gate, the gate to the front is going to be this wheat color. The deck would be TimberTech Advanced Fire Resistant PVC in a similar wheat color. The retaining wall will have the stone at the top and then a stone veneer that's, I don't believe, shown here because I believe it's going to be a stone veneer with the kind of Carmel stacked stone look. And then cable railing for the front deck. In addition, here's the proposed landscaping for the property. I've added 3 proposed conditions of approval to this project because I believe there's certain features that don't hold up to our design guidelines / municipal code. The entry columns, similar to the last project in a certain regard, are large columns that would have a stone veneer to them. For this property, I didn't think that the stone columns fit with the rest of the architecture and kind of stood out a little bit. So I've added this condition of approval. If you think the columns are appropriate, then this condition can be struck or modified. Just based off of the rest of the property with the smooth stucco exterior, it might be more appropriate if they want to keep the large columns to have stone, smooth stucco as opposed to stone veneer. For the landscaping, I wanted that prior to building permit submittal, they'd update their landscaping plan to make sure that it was 75% drought tolerant and native. The succulents at the front, while not visible because they'd be behind the front gate, seem inappropriate for Carmel. We don't really see succulents in Carmel often. And then the decking, the PVC decking is something that I haven't personally seen approved. I haven't approved it at staff level or at the planning commission level, but correct me if I'm wrong. I know composite, as we talked about in the field, is something that I've seen more frequently for alternative materials for decking. So I added in this condition requiring them to change the material prior to building permit submittal. I was going into the recommendations, but earlier today we received correspondence from a neighbor that had some concerns about the project. They mentioned that there was a previous condition of approval 27 from the Planning Commission final resolution stating that any drainage should be 6 feet from property lines or from neighboring properties. And the proposed gravel basin as shown on the site plan there is 2.5 feet from the east neighbor's property line. This isn't a typical planning requirement from me, so I don't have concerns about it besides the neighbor's concern and the condition of approval. So if you deem that appropriate, we could require them to move it to a different location on the property. If you think that it's acceptable, we can accept the resolution as presented without making any modifications to the conditions. In addition, the neighbor raised concerns about the front deck, and they had just some concerns about the deck. And the one thing that I saw that I hadn't addressed in my staff report was regarding to volume. The Carmel Municipal Code requires volume calculations for decks above 3 feet above the ground. We didn't get a good detail for the deck in the plans, but I went out there with a tape measure today to check the heights of it. There's one corner that it gets above 3 feet, but for decks like that, you do volume calculations for any portions that are over 3 feet, but there's also a stipulation that if the volume proposed would be less than 2% of the maximum allowable volume, you can forego the volume study. I don't have the detail for it, but in my estimation, it would be less than that 2%. But if you guys have concerns about the volume of the deck, we can also continue the project and require a volume study. So those were good points raised by the neighbor, so I wanted to make sure to touch upon them here. In addition, they raised concerns about their fence, the rear setback, and the east wall. I'm choosing not to address those because the east wall is not being modified as part of this permit. The rear setback is not being modified as part of this permit, and the fence in question is not part of this permit. So I don't have any comment on those specific concerns from the neighbor. But with that, I recommend that you adopt the resolution as presented by staff, modifying any conditions you see fit. I'm here for questions.
Question. Yes. What does the gate look like?
That's the detail we got, so not a great detail. It's gonna be a wood gate.
That's not a gate.
No, I believe I think that's more for the color of it. I believe the previous plans that they have on file show what the gate is gonna look like, but they didn't provide anything here. The only modification to the gate as part of this permit was the changing color.
Was it an open design before?
For the gate, I don't believe so. I can pull up the plans though to confirm.
Please do. Yeah, I was looking, I mean, that was the whole point of trying to see what the plans were showing,
Yeah.
so.
Okay, well, you bid on that, or you wanna?
I'll look into this. If you
You
have
want
any
me to
other
come
questions,
back,
I
come
can.
back to it?
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
you can.
All right, you have a question?
Yes, I do have a question. I don't know if you're the person to answer this. Mr. Olander, about the drainage basin and its location, referring to the neighbor's comments. It's a very narrow lot at 25 feet wide. There's only so many locations a drainage basin of that scale could actually be located. You mentioned that you don't, who stipulates? You said that there's a prior condition of approval?
There was a condition that I found in the referenced resolution from the previous design study that mentioned that. There was quite a few public hearings, so I wasn't able to read over all materials. So I'm not sure if it was something that was addressed due to neighbor concerns previously about drainage. I haven't seen any requirements to maintain drainage 6 feet from any neighboring property, so I believe it would be project specific. I don't know specifically. More often than not, at the planning stage, we're just looking at preliminary drainage plans to make sure that drainage isn't being funneled towards neighboring properties, but I haven't seen anything specifically about a catch basin not being allowed to be close to properties. It's more something that building would look into if there's building code regarding that. But I did want to mention it because I thought it was an interesting point, especially since it was a condition that was approved by a planning commission resolution.
Well, agreed, and I'm more concerned that the drainage is correctly designed for the topography of the site. That matters more to me, and that it's designed by a qualified professional. That matters more to me than some subjective measurements. But Is the drainage part of what we're hearing today?
There is a new retaining wall associated with this new drainage pit, which I can show you here. You can see it at the front here. There's this retaining wall around the drainage basin here. So the retaining wall is more our concern. I don't see the need for the retaining wall if we required them to move the drainage pits. They're kind of tied together. But I don't think specifically the drainage, the only real concern would be the retaining wall and the previous condition of approval. So if we wanted to approve the preliminary drainage plan and the retaining wall and have building confirm that it's allowed to be in that location, I believe that would be acceptable.
Condition of approval 30 on the landscaping, could we, as a possibility, amend that to include, in addition to drought-tolerant native plants and review of a drainage plan or something like that?
We could, let me pull.
Does that make sense?
I think we have a standard required drainage plan as part of the building permit submittal, so they will have to get building to approve any drainage changes and have environmental compliance come review to make sure it's compliant as well.
Perfect, then I'm okay with that.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions?
No.
All right. Is the applicant or the applicant's representative here?
Hello, Alan Lehman. I was asked by Ms. Mardani to speak a little bit about a couple of the things on the project. I'm not heavily involved in this project, but she reached out to me for some advice and consultation on some of the steps along the way, namely about the primarily about the new deck and stairs and how that would interact with their front door. But since then, when these other issues just came up that I've just learned about this week, especially regarding the drainage, one of the things that was mentioned by her is that Val Gano, Environmental Compliance and Public Works, was with her in the design of this location, according to what she said. I haven't confirmed that with Ms. Gano, but I'll follow up on that to verify. One of the things about that drainage pit location, to move it would move it towards the downhill side of the lot. Right now, it's on the uphill side. I know the uphill neighbor who's here is concerned about the location, but I do know that the water is not going in her direction because it will flow downhill. And that retaining wall is, in essence, serving as a directional barrier for the drainage pit. So they seem to be, they would work well in conjunction with each other to direct the water in the other direction, and possibly, as I know from working on that hill on quite a few houses, once we go down about 3 feet, there's zero perk. So whatever is happening in that drainage pit is just collecting water. It needs proper overflow and potentially a bubbler out at the street. Every house I've worked on in that area, I've built about 6 houses in that small quadrant, and the soil is consistent all the way throughout there. 3 feet we hit clay, and there's zero perk. In the house I'm building that we just discussed earlier, we dug a drywall pit. It sat full of water for a year, and I went back, and that was one of the subsequent revisions, was redesigning to make that into a sump pump pit and pump out to a bubbler. It's the only way to remove water from a site in that direction. The decking material in question, so this is commonly what we've seen as composite decking. That's timber tech composite decking. if you look at their website, it's PVC decking. It is a composite of PVC decking. And that's not the exact color that she's proposing, but one of the things about the TimberTech PVC line like this is it has a WUI rating. And not a lot of composite decking. The Trex decking does not, from my understanding, although maybe they've gotten the WUI designation recently. But that was a lot of, you know, I had advised her in looking at the TimberTech products for that reason. The other thing about this deck is, as you saw when you were on site, it is invisible from the public right-of-way. It is well concealed. But just the same, I don't think the PVC name is a shiny plastic deck. It's likely to be, you know, just that sort of combed texture material, which of course we can work with, you know, if it's acceptable and approvable at this meeting, work with staff to bring in samples and make sure we have the right decking that's appropriate for the site. The other item regarding the volume and placement of the deck, of course, it will, you know, meet setbacks. Their story poles seem to have drifted a little bit. They were not the strongest story poles that they put up, but the house is less than 3 feet from the on that corner is less than 3 feet from the property line. The deck is going to, you know, of course, set in, so it does meet the setbacks there. And that's kind of all I have knowledge of on the issues on the site, unless there's any questions that I might be able to answer.
I don't have any. Do you have any questions? No. All right, thanks, Alan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I believe the neighbor is here. He's been waiting patiently for several hours now.
Oh, I do actually have, I think, the attorney for the property owner who would like to speak.
Oh, does they want to speak?
Krista?
Oh, she wants to speak first?
Oh, is she with you or with the property owner?
With me.
Oh, my apologies. Her hand is raised, but you're welcome to speak.
So, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So my name is Catherine Carlson. I am the neighbor of Ms. Mardani. My house is on the corner of Ocean and Carpenter. So I and Chair LePage have been following this project for about the last 4 or 5 years. It's gone through, I've read 20 sets of plans on this project. It has changed so much over time. So I'm interested in enforcing rules. I mean, we have rules in this town, and that's what we're all doing here. So setbacks, this is a small lot, and the structure is non-conforming. So there have been lots of things happening, and I've brought up some of them previously. But now this gravel basin, you have the condition, I didn't put it there, you did. So the condition is that the gravel pit has to be 6 feet from neighboring properties. And it's also a condition that I think was put in the approval or the what do you call it, that you're supposed to sign today. So is it still in there, or have you changed that? Because it's condition 22 in the resolution that you are supposed to sign today, saying that the gravel pit is 6 feet from neighboring properties. And you also have SOG, I forget what that stands for, but you probably know, 17-07. It states drainage and infiltration features shall be located at least 6 feet away from neighboring properties. So this has been repeated 3 times. I also wrote to the city in January before the retaining wall was built to alert them of this, but I didn't get any answer. And so I'm just reading the rules and trying to see that they are applied properly. So that's, you know, I think the drainage pit should be 6 feet away because that's the rule that you have imposed. And the fact is that this retaining wall was built before having the approval. So, I guess the drainage pit might also be built, I'm not quite sure. But they need approval to do this before building it, and they didn't get it. So that's the gravel basin. So for the deck, I just want to be sure. Could you put up my slide? Does somebody have it?
We can't put up your slides, but they do have it printed in front of
Oh, okay. So if you look at the diagram that I made there, this is the way the property is sitting on the lot, right? It's crooked, it's non-conforming. So it's exaggerated a little bit in my diagram there. But I just want to be sure that everybody is on the same page when this deck is being built, because otherwise the deck will be built, right even with the wall. But it shouldn't be, because this wall is non-conforming, and we all agree on that. So I just want everyone to take note of how this deck should be built so that we don't run into problems later, which we have. So we have run into problems with the treatment of the east wall, and you probably see my slides there. So the city, first of all, the whole exterior of the wall was torn off, and I don't think that's in dispute, but then the framing, it's questionable. It's a very borderline case whether 50% of the framing was removed or not. And you can see the photos there, and I've seen houses around town where the old framing is still 100% in place because they know that they can't take it down without rebuilding to code. But in this case, the city inspected it, and they made their decision based on these photos. But you can see the photos as well as I can. I don't think you can make a decision about whether 50% of the wall was torn down based on those photos. So I'm just curious, why the city doesn't, do a real study when something like this comes up, because these are the rules and we've been talking about them all day, and, everybody knows them. So this should have been done. And, I just want to make that statement. It's too late now. There are a lot of discrepancies in these plans as well. So if you look at them, the lot adds up to being 102.5 feet long when it's only 100 feet long. So, staff doesn't look at this, I guess, or, it's just not portraying the project correctly, which is why I want to be sure that the deck is done correctly, because the whole thing does not add up, and the plans are, not very readable. I mean, at least I can't really figure out what they say, and I don't know if anyone else can or if anyone looks at them, because this is a very small project, and but it's been going on now for 4 years, and there have been so many things happening. So finally, they have attached a hose bib to my fence, and I don't know whether this is legal, but I asked the city, I did not get an answer, but I looked it up myself, and I don't think it is. It's a plumbing fixture, and it should be supported on the applicant's property, not on mine. They have treated my fence I don't think very well. I've pointed this out to the city. I've gotten no response. They practically dug it out of the ground. They've put nails in it, made holes in it. And Commissioner LePage was on my planning commission when I did this. And, I spent a lot of money redoing my fence and making it look nice the way it should. And I would like, first of all, this hose bib plumbing fixture to be removed, and I would like my fence to be brought back to the way it was when this project was started. I have one other comment, which is the enforcement of the fire code. So what happened was all of the windows and doors were installed in this property. They were inspected and approved by the city. Then all of a sudden, the city realized that they had not enforced the fire code correctly, and the applicant was then made to replace 2 of the windows and a door to bring this up to fire code. And I mean, for me, that's very scary that the city is not enforcing the fire code correctly. I mean, how can we really feel comfortable? Because, you know, fire is a real risk now. So I just wanted to bring that up, and, you know, maybe you could change the process where you would be able to tell applicants in advance, you know, what are the fire requirements so that they can be sure to meet them. Because it's I think, probably a time-consuming and expensive exercise to have to comply after everything has already been inspected. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Alan, you want to come up?
My apologies. I forgot to mention on the entry columns, were originally approved at 18 inches by 18 inches square at 48 inches high. I think, I didn't measure vertically, but I think they're that or less. They are smaller in section. I believe they're 12 by 14, and they will not get clad in stone. They will get a smooth stucco finish. The gate material proposed would be a wood tongue and groove, and so that representation of a plywood panel is not accurate. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, doesn't look like anybody left here to comment on this. Oh, we got a hand up? All right. It is Krista Ostich. Would you like to speak to us?
Yes, I would.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Chairman LePage, members of the commission. My name is Krista Ostojic, and I represent the neighbor, Catherine Carlson. Ms. Carlson just gave what I thought were very thorough comments, so there's just one area that I would like to comment on, and that is the infiltration gravel basin. And now, we heard from both Ms. Carlson and from Jacob that this condition requiring the basin to be 6 feet from the property line was in the original conditions of approval from the project. It's also in today's resolution as condition number 22 under the environmental compliance condition section. Now, the reason it's there, in my understanding, is because it's part of the city's stormwater management system requirements. And it's also my understanding that those stormwater management system requirements are required as part of the city's NPDES permit as well as Coastal Act compliance. You can find that exact same requirement in section 1707 of the Building Safety Division Standard Operating Guidance. And so this wasn't just a condition that ended up there because of a neighbor's concern. This is a regular condition that should be on all residential properties in the city, and it's required as part of the city's stormwater management system requirement. So as we can all see, this drainage basin has been built within that 6 feet. It isn't clear to me whether the entire basin has been constructed or just the retaining wall, but it is clear that when the last time your commission approved this project in September, there was no drainage basin on the plans. And so sometime between then and now, the applicant constructed this drainage basin. So I understand what the developer was saying about the percolation and the retaining wall, and that in essence, my client's property won't be damaged. But at the same time, I believe he said that due to the soils in that area, there should be a bubbler within the gravel basin. You know, I'm not a contractor, but I'm sitting here looking at the plans, and it just doesn't look like there is any outlet to the street from that. And secondarily, the way the retaining wall is placed, I just wonder if water is flowing down from my client's property towards, you know, the ocean, how is it going to get into this draining basin with a retaining wall all the way around it? It seems like it's going to pool there. But either way, the condition is there, both in the original project approval and in today's resolution. And more importantly, it's part of the city's stormwater management system requirement. And so it's hard for me to see how the commission can go ahead and and make the finding to approve this project as designed without revising the conditions and making findings for a variance. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, anyone else? All right, I'm going to close the public comments, open to the commission for discussion. Can you bring that slide back up that had all your red? That way we can stay focused. Kind of
Yeah.
go through
Just
each.
gotta switch the screens, but.
We can go through each.
And then I did find the plans, but Commissioner Locke found them. Perfect. And then I did check the conditions of approval, and that is just part of the standard language for the drainage, is the 6-foot distance. I hadn't looked into that before the meeting, just hadn't had time, so it is
Okay,
standard.
yeah. All right.
And we checked some other projects, it's just on all of them, so. Let's see.
There we go. Yeah, okay. So these are the issues in front of us, correct?
Yes.
There's no other ones that came up?
No
I know
other-
I know the neighbor mentioned a lot of things, and I appreciate that. But some of them are kind of general concerns, I think, about fire safety and so forth, which we're working on right now. We have a fire safety committee, and the Design Traditions 1.5, we're trying to incorporate objective fire standards which meet the requirements of the state into the revised design guidelines. So, because we definitely want to move this community towards a fire-safe condition as much as we can. All right, so would either one of you like to begin?
I will.
Okay, good, thank you.
This time. So I think that since we've seen what the gate looks like, that the applicant is proposing to do stucco on the sides of it. No problem with that, in my opinion. I don't have a problem with the deck, and I guess the question is material. Obviously, I think we're all very fire aware, and I think that if that is a material that is something that would be useful in that type of an environment, that we should be supporting that. On the deck issue, the neighbor mentioned the alignment of the house on the property, and if that's the case, I think we do need to be sensitive to the fact that that needs to be taken into consideration so that the setbacks and whatnot are correct on it. The retaining wall and drainage pit needs to be moved. So, and I think that was really, isn't that all that we really needed to deal with on this one? So.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Locke. I'm okay with amending the COA 29, the entry gate columns, to allow for the stucco coverage. I think that's great. I like the reduced size. I think that's more in proportion to the site itself. For the condition of approval 31 on the decking material, I think that's awesome that there's new WUI compliant decking. I think that's actually an exciting discovery. Thank you for bringing that, sir. Good to know, and I would support, so long as it meets staff, I would give staff the authority to review it for appearance so that it's in keeping with our design guidelines, but WUI compliant, I think that's awesome. Yes to the drought tolerant landscape in COA 30. And as for the drainage basin and location, I don't know that it needs to be moved. It sure sounds like it needs to be moved. My position is that it needs to meet code, whatever that code is. And it sounds like from what we've heard tonight, code is that it needs to be 6 foot. Any drainage engineer, designer, in partnership with our environmental tech, right, over in Public Works, will be able to figure out the correct location for that drainage basin. If that means that the retaining wall, that, I don't know if that was permitted or not, but if that means the retaining wall needs to come down, then it needs to come down. And yeah, that's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have anything to add. I agree with all that. So we have a resolution and I think they met the conditions of the columns. Let's see, prior to, so revise the proposed, oh, we're gonna take that out. That's because it's gonna be, they're gonna be stucco, just the way they are. They're just gonna have a finished stucco coat applied to them, I assume, which is gonna match the house. And the gate, obviously the deck has gotta meet setback requirements. Doesn't sound like the volume is really an issue. And the decking, yeah, it's WUI approved. That's what we're working on now, is putting that into the new guidelines. And I think the concern with PVC decking is it'd be shiny or something, but that obviously is a textured matte finish. And I'm not even really sure what composite means these days, to tell you the truth. I mean, I think we should, and I want to bring that out, I don't, mean to be facetious about it, but what we should be focusing on is the WUI, classification, and then also aesthetically what it looks like, if it's not shiny, reflective. Those are the things that we traditionally try to avoid in any of these materials that we are labeling composite that we're having to deal with now. Because we are moving away from natural, the word natural in the guidelines. We're just being pushed in that way because of fire concerns primarily, and and we have to move into the new era which we're facing now with the very real risk of fire. I've heard today they've got fires in Georgia now. They've never had them this time of year, and that's a huge hardwood producing area. And so it's really going to affect the industry there, and they've got some wildfires that are out of control really early in the season because they've been in an extreme drought situation, which we know all about that. So, okay, so I'll make a motion that we accept the resolution as per staff. We're going to eliminate condition number 29, and we're going to eliminate condition number 31. Anything else?
22 is wrong.
22.
No, that, through the chair, that should stay, that requires the drainage plan to be consistent with the code.
Okay, requires.
That's our
Okay.
standard.
All right.
May I make one more
Yes,
suggestion?
please do.
In the resolution, it states that the approval includes the retaining wall adjacent to the garage door. Based off of deliberation, it sounds like the planning commission was not in favor of approving that retaining wall, so that should be omitted from the beginning and the end of the resolution.
Yes.
A second the motion.
To that particular. Totally. I totally trust you. Okay, is that good enough for staff as far as? All right, everybody's shaking their head, yes.
Yeah, and I second.
You say, okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, okay, the motion is carried. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for hanging around. Is it? Oh, you checked on it, yeah. Well, I just got a deck. I just designed a deck on the trail walk view with that decking. And they want it specifically because it was WUI approved, and they're right on the edge of the, the Mission Trails Nature Preserve, and they were worried about, yeah. All right. Okay, all right, the last item is the director's report. Do we have a director's report?
We have a short one.
Okay.
Okay, so the housing element amendment second 7-day review period has ended as of 5 p.m. today. Been checking my emails. Have not received anything from the state yet, but hopefully that will be coming soon. On May 19th, Planning Commission has a special meeting to go over the odds for ADU. It'll be workshop style,
Okay.
so bring your questions. No, you have to be there.
That could be it.
Okay.
Sorry.
At that time, as suggested from Commissioner Ahlborn, we can also provide the Planning Commission with a short update of the work that we have done so far in terms of housing element implementation. I'll work with Ms. Waffle on incorporating that in either as part of the director's report, or we'll figure out how to do that. It is late. We've had 13 items on this agenda. I feel like every planning commission, we have gone until almost 10 o'clock. So I want to acknowledge any of community planning and building staff that is still awake at this time. I do want to acknowledge that, planners are here late, building is here early, code is out on Saturdays. Shelby, if she leaves, I will be useless, so I want to acknowledge our staff for all your hard work and your dedication. We're small but mighty, and they are like ducks on water, on top of the water. They seem perfectly fine under the water. They are paddling. So I just wanted to say that.
That's a great vision.
That's good.
Good. We'll make sure to put it on slides next time.
Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
That was hilarious, an AI video with the heads of all the planning staff with their little legs underneath the water.
Started to draw a cat.